more than 2 million rides per day. We specialized and we focused on the share optimized planning services, and of course we invest a lot in electrical vehicles and automated vehicles, so we can with our drop off them to the nearest point. As you can see on the animation, our algorithms are optimizing the route in the best.
As you know, this year we had 30 or more people we never see. We saw them on, we saw them online. So the point is that it's online now, but let's hope it will be less online maybe next year. So very happy to see all of you. Very happy to see all of you I don't see. And I hope that we will have a wonderful event today. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for the nice speech. And because we are already a little bit after the schedule, we will continue with technical presentations. We will have probably 2.
Привет. Добре, нямам представа дали съм лайв. Ще е хубаво някой да ми каже. Добре. Изглежда вече съм лайв и вече се чувам. Добре. Малка изненада. Окей. Right. Hi everyone. It seems we're live now. My name is Martin Chaov. I am working as a software architect at DraftKings, and today I'll be talking about a abstraction. The topic is called Abstraction 101. Let me share the screen. All right. So, Abstraction 101. In this talk, I'm going to explore some of the questions we face in the very early stages of our professional development. I'm not going to show any code today. The goal of this talk is to help new developers understand the concept of abstraction and not delve into specific textbook examples like cars, animals, and so on. I'm going to address a couple of questions related to it. I'm going to be answering what is an abstraction, what is bad or good abstraction, and how to know if you're doing it right. Again, this talk is primarily focused on beginners, so it's not going to be a deep dive. All right. Well then, what's an abstraction, right? So some say that abstraction is something that we do every day. If you think about such examples, the best one that I can give is natural language. What better example, actually? We're using this abstraction to convey our thoughts and feelings based on agreed upon meaning of the words, right? So every word that I'm saying right now has meaning, and we all agree what it means. And that's amazing because actually speech is a secondary function of our respiratory system. It's not actually its main purpose. So as abstractions, words have meaning. Some of them have more than one, actually. Some of them have contextual meaning. Something else, what is an abstraction? Abstraction is using something without actually understanding its internals. Think about it this way. You use a TV or a computer. For you, that could be just a box with some buttons, but there is much more to it that you don't understand, but you don't necessarily need to understand it to actually use it. Abstraction is also one of the most important concepts in object-oriented programming and software development in general. It allows us to program against only an interface. It allows us to change our implementations in such a way that we will not affect other components. It allows us to define what our component does and not how it does it. Abstraction allows us, in relation to software, but in also other fields, allows us to discuss big and complicated topics as very small things that are easy to reason about. Abstraction also solves a lot of issues on the design level, but I'm going to be talking about this a bit more later. So if we get everything here and have to push it into one sentence, I will have to say that abstraction is very specific. Actually, abstraction has only one reason to exist, to be 100% specific. If an abstraction has multiple meanings, it becomes ambiguous. So abstractions that are open to interpretations are a source of problems and misunderstanding, not only in computer science, but other fields as well. In essence, the abstraction is preserving information that is relevant in a given context and forgetting information that is irrelevant in that context. That's a quote from John Gutek. Now, we use different levels of abstraction to discuss the different aspects of our daily life. And I'm going to continue with another example, which is not a textbook one, but it's just a everyday one. Now, let's talk about some of our favorite stories, right? So we can discuss all of these different stories by using an abstraction at the same time. So we can discuss the story framework. Is it the hero's journey, for example? Or we can discuss the story setting like fantasy, sci-fi, steampunk, or the story style, drama, comedy, action, adventure, story structure, and so on and so on. Each of them is presenting us with 100% focus on a specific aspect of the text, while eliminating distractions such as who is called Neo, who is called Frodo, and yada, yada, yada. Now, software as is all about abstraction. Everything about software is abstraction. Software is a written word, which expands on the natural language example, right? Everything that we type in our software is what? Text. So software is the written word. It's an expression of a problem in text. Every line of code we write is an abstraction on top of an abstraction on top of an abstraction. Let's take a simple for loop, for example. This means nothing to your CPU. Actually, its only reason to exist in this form is to make it readable for the developer. So how many layers of abstraction do you think we have until this code actually executes? Let's think about it, okay? So we have a couple of them. So those are probably only the major ones, although in between there are many more. But think about it this way. How does your computer work? Your computer is connected to the electrical grid through a wall socket probably, which means that your computer is powered by electrons moving from one place to another. So the cable from the wall socket going through your PC, it's the only source of power. Yet somehow you're able to watch this live stream, me talking, seeing my presentation across great distances. Well, moving electrons by hand is quite impossible, so we need to add a layer of abstraction on top of that that allows us to control them. What's that layer? Well, it's transistors. So we add transistor. Transistors allow you to decide if you want to pass electrical current or not, which more or less gives you a 1 and a 0, true or false. And there is a field of mathematics that is quite good at defining how and when to move ones and zeros to zeros and ones, which means the following. We can take all the rules from Boolean algebra and apply them to our transistors and group our transistors in a way that we will get something that we call logic gates. Now, all the Boolean algebra rules can be encapsulated in such a way, and in fact they are. You may think of those as hardware if-else, okay? Just another layer of abstraction on top of transistors, nothing more. Now we can arrange logic gates. Now I want you to start thinking in this way. Now we are no longer talking about transistors, but we are talking about logic gates. And logic gates allows us to, when arranged in different ways, to do different arithmetic logic. So thus our first circuit is born, our arithmetic logic unit. This no longer talks about logic gates, however, and transistors. This talks about switching bits in mathematical context. It allows us to do arithmetic with different binary numbers. So that's quite important. We are now talking about math. Then we can arrange logic gates in different way, such that it allows us to retain a bit. In this way, we will have our first memory circuit. What you see on the picture is called D-latch, and this is basically how your RAM memory works. Now, just another type of circuit, but after we get different types of circuits, we can start abstracting away and combining them into bigger circuits that are composed not of logic gates, but actually of other circuits. This is how we get the CPU. And then on top of this, eventually, we put the operating system, which provides for us easy access to resources through APIs and different types of task management and so on, which actually allows you to install a web browser. Probably you're watching this presentation in one. So in essence, software is an abstraction that allows you to orchestrate the movement of electrons around until you eventually get blinking text on the screen or some strange guy trying to explain abstraction. But what's important in this example, and why I'm giving such an example and not classes with animals that walk, bark, and so on, I'm giving this example because each layer clearly separates the next one, is clearly separated from the next one based on how much it simplifies things. So transistors, you're no longer thinking about electrons as electrons, you're thinking about electric current. With logic gates, you're no longer thinking about electrons and electric current, you're thinking about Boolean algebra. So each layer is removing huge chunk of complexity and allowing you eventually to write a simple, concise for loop that is doing exactly what you want, and you read it as natural text. In fact, all problems in computer science can be solved by adding another layer of indirection, except the problem of having too many layers of indirections, which is a quote from David Wheeler. In software development, we do the same type of layering every day. Think about your favorite framework. It does a lot of magic for you. Whether it's abstracting away what it means to be a web application, or if you care, it allows you to care only about presentation of data. Like think about systems like WordPress and Squarespace. They basically allow you to care only about content, not about how this is deployed, how it's managed, its security, and so on. But you also can have frameworks that allow you to orchestrate your components and to build your own website, like Angular, for example. So up to this point, I'm getting to a place where I'm trying to answer what's an abstraction. Well, it's very easy to define a concept by understanding how it fails. So Earlier, I said the primarily cost, the thing that abstraction cannot solve is too many abstraction, right? It means that the primarily cost of abstraction is indirection, or you can say confusion. Adding a new layer of abstraction should help clarify things more than the added indirection confuses them. Okay, so this is like the rule of thumb. How many of you have gotten to a place like this? So you're debugging something, and it turns out it's actually not a bug in your code. It's actually a bug in the web browser, or it's a bug in the operating system, or it's a bug in the video driver, etc., etc., etc. So you need to find the right layer where the bug is happening. One of the ways abstractions fail is for them to leak, and they are called leaky abstractions. I have a favorite example of this. What it means for an abstraction to leak. Well, abstractions leak when their details are not completely hidden by the abstraction. Developers using the abstraction need to understand and worry about the details in order to use the abstraction correctly. Check this example. So we have a chunk of memory, and we are iterating over it with a for loop. And there are three major ways that you can do that. You can do it line by line, or you can do it column by column, or you can do it block by block. Now, which one is going to be fastest to execute? And the right answer should be it depends, but also you don't know. You don't know what CPU this is going to run on. So on some CPUs, it will the fastest will be block. How do I know that? Well, I've read the menu, and in the menu, Intel is saying that for their x86 architecture, the fastest way to loop is by blocking. Now, how do you know the size of the block? Well, each chunk should be small enough to fit all the data for a given computation into the cache, thereby maximizing data use. So technically, your for loop is not slow, but you don't understand how it's run below. And there are also other leaky abstractions like TCP, which promises package delivery, reliable package delivery over unreliable network. But what will happen if I cut the cord? Like, that's it, done. It's not delivering any packages now. And also there are other examples you can search on the web. So is there something like a bad abstraction? But identifying a bad abstraction is kind of a chicken and an egg problem. So it's very hard to give a simple answer to this question. As with all good, in fact, as with all good questions in computer science, the only correct answer is it depends. But let's try to think about it with a couple of questions. Why is this abstraction more relevant than any other abstractions that I could do or use? Well, that includes understanding of the idea of the particular abstraction itself, not just calling it bad or complicated because of lack of understanding on the subject matter. And that's not enough. You also need to know a better, simpler solution to prove that it is over-abstracted. So it's very hard to define abstraction as bad. But also, why was this abstraction chosen to solve this set of problems? Maybe one abstraction solving one set of problems could be split into two solving two smaller sets. Also, is this the right level of abstraction? Should this be done on the presentation or on the network layer? Should this be done on the application layer at all? So bad abstractions generally add more confusion, but don't mistake a lack of knowledge with confusion. And nobody starts to do abstraction because they want to make things harder. In software, the quality of abstraction could degrade over time while it is being extended. But also not that abstraction could be less optimal, but it also could be the best one that we have right now. So until a better one is presented to us, this is what we will have to deal with. So then, what is a good abstraction? Again, the only correct answer is it depends. Is there such thing as a good abstraction? Well, it is the current best one until somebody provides a better one. Sometimes we might not have access to the right level where abstraction should be done and need to patch things as we go. Well, you can just look at the history of the HTTP protocol and you will see so many such examples. But there are some basic rules to define if an abstraction is good. So abstraction should simplify reality by focusing only on what's important. Abstraction should divide and conquer problems separately. So find the different problems, generalize them, solve them separately. It should look for repeated patterns and abstract the repetition away if it does not introduce coupling or more confusion. But also, it should not be abstracted because of some potential future development that is not yet defined. Something that I like to say to developers is don't invent requirements. Simpler design is much more flexible than over-abstracted complex design. Some practical advice. Now, what about extending existing abstractions? So you got to your next job and you need to add one new method to a class. Probably that's a bad idea. There are very, very few exceptions to this, but you should not be extending existing types if they are not made to be extended. Now, if you don't know how to start with abstracting, you can try keeping close to the dry principle. I'm going to say a few words about it a bit later. And if you tend to overthink and over-design your code, you can try sticking more with Yagni and KISS principles. Now, a few words about dry. If you repeat something, make it a function. That's quite an obvious and quite easy to start doing. Is it too good to be true? Well, it is. Now, dry can lead to coupling. You can don't repeat yourself until you get coupling and then start to decoupling. But something that is very, very important not to miss about this principle is that duplication is cheaper than using the wrong abstraction or introduce coupling to your system. Also, you need to think about separation of concerns with dry, because you can have two functions that are exactly the same in terms of implementation, but they have vastly different business reasons to exist. So those must remain two separate functions. They should not become the same function. About Yagni and KISS, you ain't gonna need it and keep it simple. Well, the more design that you introduce to a system, the more rigid it becomes. So the less assumptions you do about your future code, the more flexible code it will be. So you will be able to identify patterns of repetition at a later stage and abstract them away and not do this during development. I like something that Bob Martin is saying. I don't remember the quote word by word, but the essence is like, the less assumptions you do about the future, the more flexible your code is going to be in the future. So don't abstract before you need to. If you tend to over-design and over-abstract your code, just try not to do it. Now, bonus round, read the functional manual. It's a very easy trap for abstraction to be done on the wrong level if you don't understand your tooling. And many of the things you need are probably already built in your language, framework, host environment. Like think about secrets, right? Dealing with secrets is one such case where they should not be stored in code or even in database. They should be injected through the environment. And something that I like as well is don't do it yourself. There is somebody else who probably solved this issue. Try to understand what they solved and why did they solve it in this way. I'll give you a simple example. Everybody who starts using sockets think that they can write a small, lightweight socket library. Well, there is a reason why socket libraries are easy to use and big at the same time. And one last thing, mastery of abstraction depends on honing the ability to articulate ideas. So the better you can express yourself in written language, the better you will be able to abstract and recognize patterns. Obviously, this is not the only way to become good at it, but it's certainly one way to consider. That's all from my side, guys. Feel free to connect. I know that I'll be joining a Teams room where you can connect with me directly, ask questions about the topic, and so on. Thank you all.
Hello, guys. I'm Chris, and today we will talk about dependency injection, which is one of the things that software developers nowadays needs to know and to understand, since a lot of frameworks are using this particular piece of technology. It's a principle, and Angular is also using it for his interactions with the JavaScript. And let's first talk about who am I. Just a few questions. I'm Christian Tachev. I'm a software developer. I'm doing this for more than 8 years, I suppose, maybe more than that. And I'm working with a lot of open source tools. I'm also a builder of these tools, and I have a lot of open source repositories that you can check it out with this particular link. I will share it also after the presentation if someone wants to know what I'm doing. So yeah, basically this is it about me. And since we have really not much time to speak about dependency injection, and I will just cover a few topics in the beginning, and then we'll try to use my IDE to create some live coding session. Yeah, what I will start with, what is a dependency injection? Dependency injection is a principle of inversion of control, which is like abstraction on top of the abstraction. Since we speak about the abstraction, and before this particular topic that I'm speaking, the guy was talking about abstraction, so I'm continuing his topic. So basically, the dependency injection is an abstraction which provides us with ability some particular object to have dependencies, and these dependencies can be injected at runtime. The dependency injection can help us to test our code base, and basically the dependency injection provides us with ability to inject anything at point cut. There is a point cut oriented and aspect oriented programming. You can check more on that topic. So what's the dependency injection? Who is using dependency injection? As the first I say, dependency injection is used by a lot of contributors in the open source, and also one of the major frameworks that we can build front-end application is built also using dependency injection. It's Angular. So basically Angular, I will explain more about what is the connection between my topic and this particular dependency injection that I'm building, and what is the Angular side of this topic. So the Angular is using DI, as I already mentioned. How the dependency injection can help us? It can help us with unit testings. It can help us with a lot of code that is written in order to instantiate some class or whatever you need to do. So it is not flexible if you are doing it iteratively. So if you have some framework and something like at point cut oriented, I'm sorry, a little bit lost. So basically, it will help us with the boilerplate codes and initializing dependencies, which is done by injector and not by the particular runtime that we are building. So we can be flexible. We can inject different class to previous class, and it will become, for example, the new abstraction that we are building. And yeah, it can help us to extend the application easier with using the inversion of control principle. Yeah, of course, it helps us to enable loose copying. It's really important for the application, by my opinion. if you tight couple the application, you will not have the ability to change any easily. You're forced to rewrite a lot of code in order to make things work, and it will become really nightmare after a couple of months developing some production-ready application. So basically, I really encourage you to lose couple things as much as you can. And yeah, what is a inversion of control principle? Since my explanation will be far not good than what we have here, so I will just leave you here. It's a genetic term, meaning that rather than having application call the implementation provided by the library, a framework calls the implementation provided by the application. And it sounds a bit complicated, but it's not so complicated. And I will explain you in the live coding session. So what are an inversion of control containers? It's a dependency injection framework that can work outside of programming language. And in some, you can configure which implementation to use in metadata files, which are less invasive. With some, you can do inversion of control that would normally be impossible, like injecting an implementation on the point cut. And this is what I was saying, that you need to lose couple more your application in order to inject some code on the point cut when for example, even when it's on runtime and it's running the application, you can inject different provider and dependency if you have, for example, some bug, and it's really awesome. So since we are talking about JavaScript, and I'm a big fan of Node.js, I'm doing full stack development, so I will explain what is a simple dependency injection in Node.js, since what the module gives us in the what the type of modules that we are using in Node.js at the beginning, there were singletons. So basically, if we export some constant, it will be provided with a single point of memory on all runtime, on all other runtimes. So basically, if you start the application, it will cache the particular singleton property, and if you use it inside module A, for example, it will have the same instance as it is inside module A. So basically, if you have a module C, which is importing particular things from modules, for example, singleton from module A, which is this property, and second singleton from module B, and we have a final singleton, which is like we are defining and using the same memory association all over the place. So basically, we have it already in Node.js, this principle of inversion of control by some way, and a lot of people are using this pattern even without dependency injection. So you can do that, but it's a little bit different since it is hard to reassign this particular property from a module. But if you provide some abstraction, you can reassign and change the particular behavior of this module at point cut. So let's not speak about that. Introducing RHTML dependency injection. It's called RHTML DI. It's a small framework. Oh, sorry, my driver's a little bit not nice. So basically, this is the repository. I will share it after this session, of course, and it's only 1.4 kilobytes. So the Angular dependency injection is like 5 kilobytes when you strip out everything, and it's good. It's production ready. But I decided that I will try to make a smaller alternative with really less dependencies. This particular framework does not have any. So I will explain with some example what it does and how you can create your first application with using dependency injection. So I prepared here like one example. And this example is really simple. It has a package JSON. It has a dependencies, which is the same dependency that I'm speaking about. It's RHTML DI. It has some dev dependencies. and we have a TypeScript, since we will use TypeScript at this particular moment. And the second dependency is Abraham reflection. So I will explain more further what it is, Abraham reflection, and why do we need this. So I will start first with creating a folder, which I will call source. And then I will create some TypeScript file, which I called main. And this file will not do anything at the moment. So I will create one more folder, which is like app. I really like to create applications with this particular structure, since it's really helps me out to find a lot of things and easily manage the application. So I think it's coming from my Angular experience, since I have like 6 years of Angular experience, and it's really inspired me a lot to create these things that I'm showing to you. So basically, what we will have here, we will have like app module, which is like, again, an empty file, and I will create some class and I will export it. I'm sorry, I will go much faster since the time is almost up. So basically, what I will create a module. Sorry, first I will start with installing the packages. And okay, I will create the module, and I will import it from the RHDMI. I'm sorry, my IDE is out suggesting things that doesn't need to. So basically, what I will have, I have one class which does nothing at the moment. It has just a module decorator, and after that, I will execute function bootstrap, which will bootstrap my application. The class will be bootstrapped and injected as a dependency of the main application. So basically, I will import here app module. It's almost the same like Angular. If a lot of people are familiar with this particular topic, they will know what I'm talking about. So basically, we have a bootstrap app module, and since I'm using parcel, I have an abstraction of parcel. I will start this particular example with parcel. This is a guppy command, which is like one of my things that I'm building. It's a command line interface which helps me to build application. And what I'm seeing here, the IDE again doesn't want to import correctly. So what I'm having now, I have an application which just closes and nothing is happening. So I will create one app component at this particular moment, and I will make an injectable and will create a class which is called app component. And this app component will be injected inside Bootstrap, since this is the first thing that we want to wrap at the application point. So we start the bootstrapping the application, we bootstrap the application module, and this particular module will initialize app component, and then again the application will not do anything. So basically we will see if our instance is created, and we will try to this is a hook that is implemented inside the injectable. When the injector is injecting the application app component, it will trigger on init job just after the constructor is initialized. So basically, I will print here like console log, and we'll have hello world, and then it should print hello world. So what if we want to inject some class other dependency on this particular app components? We will create app service, and this app service, and this app service we will again export class app service. We will call it, and we will provide an injectable decorator which will inject at point cut some metadata to this particular class. And I will try to inject this particular component service inside the component by using private app service and provide the application service. So what we will have at this app service, we will create a function, and this function will get value, for example. And this value, this function will return some string, which is like hello world. So we want to use this particular method inside app component, and just like Angular, we will try to use this particular value. But what will happen now? We'll throw an error. Why? Since really the constructor doesn't know where to inject and what to inject, since we don't have really a metadata for this particular app service. And here it comes in handy to know what is a reflection. It's the Angular is using a reflection. I will not speak more about what is a reflection. Import reflect metadata, for example. This is the general reflection that we can use, but it's really big. So basically, I decide to use an Abraham reflection, which is really quite simple. It will help us to put some metadata to some class in order to get the dependencies that he is depending. I'm sorry that the complex explanation. But now if I click save with Abraham reflection, we will have like hello world printed. And we can, for example, say here, like that. We can just print what we have inside this get value. So we print hello world. And basically, this particular abstraction helps us to inject things at point cut. For example, I can provide some different class and can say use class app service, provide some different class. For example, I will not create one because it will took me a lot of time. But anyway, I can provide this particular get value, and it will return hello. So I hope it will work, but no, I need to invest a little bit more time about that. But basically, what we are seeing here, we have some class, and this class doesn't have anything. It's like empty, and we have an abstraction which is called module, and this module will inject dependencies inside this particular class. So our application will start with this class, and we can, for example, provide this particular service to this module. And this particular service will be encapsulated in this particular scope. So basically, app components depend on the specific implementation of the app service. If we can, for example, create some what we can create, like products, and this can be separated module. So we will create product module, and we again can inject module, export class products module, and yeah, this module can be injected inside app module, and by as far as I know, it's almost identical to what we have inside Angular. So basically, we can provide some module to app module. We can have a lot of modules and nested, and we can, for example, provide inside this module, products module, and how this thing helps us as a final, since there is a lot of things to see here. But what is important is that we can inject different providers, different modules at point cut, so we can change easily the application behavior without interrupting the business logic. So basically, we can provide some injectable, for example, 1, 2, 3. This will be the last example, and we will use a factory, which will, for example, return this string, hello world. So we want to inject this particular thing. I will create a token. Sorry, export token, and it will be new injection token. So we will provide this particular injection. It is good to have it separately. So I will call it interfaces. For now, I don't have anything better than this name. So we will wait for the IDE to auto-suggest. So we will have token injection, and we can provide this particular token. Oh, sorry. From interfaces. So what we will have here, we will provide some token which we need to inject inside particular service. So basically, we will use one decorator which helps us to inject tokens which are different than classes. You can inject token with class and you can map the value, but now I will just do that token type string. So basically, if I try to use this token, it will print again hello world. So I'm abstracting the application to work with different kind of class, different kind of provider, and different kind of dependencies just by working with the framework and the runtime of the framework. So guys, I'm really off the time. This is my first presentation so far at my life. So I hope you like it. I will try to be at the chat, and we'll continue today with different kind of presentations related with web components. And I will again try to use we'll try to use the dependency injection. But here we go. You have like 3 dependencies now in Node modules. You don't have anything special in order to start. You just need a TypeScript, and nothing else is important. You can use Webpack, you can use Parcel Bundler, for example. You can use whatever bundler do you want, and you can start by using and installing our HTML DI. And yeah, this is it, guys. Thank you very much for participating in this particular topic. And have fun.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Busch Jaeger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we follow our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, with a light and a lot to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Okay, so hello everybody. Nice to see you. And we're here today to talk about design systems. So this is my talk, Build to Scale, Design Systems Takeaways. Okay, so let's start. I'll go through the agenda of today's talk. So first we'll start with what are design systems. It will be like a brief overview of what's actually is design system, what's not, what's included and what's not. Then we'll proceed to the benefits of a design system from a standpoint of front-end developers, designers, and also teams, product managers, and business as a whole. So there are a lot of benefits of using design systems and creating them, and we will go over that. And now, next we will proceed to planning the design system. So this would be like from initial idea, like, oh, we want the design system to how actually plan for design system, and then we'll proceed to the component library. That's essential part of the design system, and this is also the part that's that concerns us as front-end developers most. So how to create a component library, some tools that I've been using, and actually some edge cases that you might encounter while building a component library. And then we'll proceed to a very important step of creating a design system, and this is releasing it. Okay, so we'll continue with maintaining and evolving the design system, and we'll top it up with the tools that I'm using and find very helpful when creating design systems for small and big teams. Okay, so thanks to our sponsors of this year's event, and proceed. So about me, this is me on the picture. My name is Christo Panayotov, and I work as a front-end engineer in that wonderful company called VIA. If you don't know about VIA, I didn't till last edition of JSTalks, but VIA is a great company that powers public mobility. We have global reach, over 70 million rides, 90 plus transit partners, and we are over 20 countries. Okay, so I'm also involved in GSAP and TwinMax, if you have used it. And I stepped out from developer of the platform to basically forum maintainer in my spare time. And I'm also co-founder of Creating Coding Bulgaria group. And this is a place where we discuss creative coding stuff. So that would be like WebGL, FreeJS, shaders, animations, and yes, that is. And I'm also a happy father of a 6 months girl, and that's her. And her baby steps into JavaScript, looking at arrays, and yeah, you're never too young or too old to start learning JavaScript. Okay, so having that out, let's start with what are design systems. So we are on the same page about what design system is and what design system is not. So what I like to think about design systems are their library of visual styles and components, and they're also guided by clear standards, and they're released as reusable code. That's actually a nice way to put it, but there is more. Also in design system, there comes the documentation and the guidelines and the assets that are supporting the library. Also, most importantly, it helps us as developers, designers, and be faster and better products. Okay, so I would just give some brief examples of design systems that I really like. That is nice open source design system for products and our digital experience. It's called Carbon. It is well thought and nicely put, and it tickles all the boxes. So it is a library of visual styles and components. They're clearly guided by the same principles, and they're released as reusable component library. Okay, and another one that's very popular, and I think a lot of the viewers of this session have been using at some point of time. It is Material UI. So it's basically React components for faster and easier web development. And you can build your own design system on the top of it, or just start with Material UI. Okay, so basically what I like to think of is the design system structure is that two distinctive parts, and this is component library. Most of them, they have layout, that gripping, that using. Also components, some components are common, and you can find them across a lot of design systems, and some components are very tailored to the business that is actually creating that design system. And also utilities, that's utility classes. We'll talk about that in detail later. And the second big part of the design system that not many developers think of, this is design principles. That's colors, typography, and fonts. Even created their own fonts, like IBM. There's tone, there are the icons, and there are the code style guide. So that will actually be your linter. We can establish code conventions and use, for example, ESLint to process and enforce them. So having a design system is to provide consistency for both that are using a product with that design system and the developers that are building and using the systems. The core idea is then to have that nice library that can be used and reused and make our development times faster, and we can just like less mistakes because we're using a design system. So there are some challenges when you're creating a design system. For example, design system could not only use on web. Design principles could be different platforms. For example, iOS, Android, web, desktop, and this provides its own set of challenges. So a common way to actually using what's called design tokens. So what are design tokens? I'm sure some of you heard of you not. So design tokens are basically that technology agnostic files that consist all that have in there that magic. For example, a common way to create design tokens are to use HTML and declare secure variables that somebody will be looking at. So, okay, in our design system, we have like Grace 70, what's that color? Or we have text size 100. So what's this and what's that? So basically, by having a design tokens, in order single YAML can be exported to use, for example, for the web and Android, and create that really nice consistency across different platforms. So when your product, he knows, okay, so this is the product of the company, everything looks right, and it's just a distinguished product platforms. And this is like really, really great. Okay. So to share with you some of the benefits of using a design system. So you can then share that benefits with your team, and you can start a discussion about having a design system, putting one in place, and does the benefits outweigh the hard work of creating the design system? So one of the first benefits is like functional consistency. So system is like a single source of truth, both for design and engineering teams. And this is like really great, because when having a multiple products, for example, even on what platform, let's say web, multiple different teams that are working on products will take different design and development decisions. These decisions sometimes can be really, really inconsistent. So a component that looks at one project, basically by having a component that we have a component that can look by different teams, so they've implemented the same design, but they actually behave, and this is very frustrating it's really frustrating for users, and also for QA, and really for everybody involved. So by having a design system and using the same components across different projects, developers can benefit by having that really good consistency. So a component that's behaving in some way in one application will behave in the same way in a different application. So that takes me to the second benefit, and this is that's reusability, predictability, and reduced design and development depth. What this means is, like, when starting a project, of course, the project have to get designed, and sometimes different designers, different teams, in-house freelancers are working on that product. And that's great, but this is not really consistent. So it's like that at the starting of a new project, the wheel have to be reinvented one more time. And this is just not scalable. It's not predictable how the final product will behave. And it also takes a lot of time, both to the design and engineering team. So I'm spent upfront by creating a design system, and then using that design system really deliver faster, much faster, and deliver better products overall. And also the design systems, they have best practices. So that would be accessibility, internet, INTL, and so on. So the design systems can really build that rigid components that behave as expected. They handle corner cases. They have built-in access design system. You're really getting all that for free, and this is great. Also, I like to think about design systems as tool that gives us quality in the face of looming deadlines. So there's a really short deadline that's almost impossible to do the whole project in that deadline. But if you have a design system in place, the UI is one less thing you have to think about. You know that there is an UI and it's working. It will get the job done and really well. So ideally, all developers from different teams, developers that switch between projects will be familiar with that design system. So when they switch from one project to know the code base, and they will be familiar with how to implement the UI. And let's talk a little about consistency. So we have that submit button. It's nothing crazy, just a blue button with text on it. It's labeled with submit, so not much that you can there, right? Actually wrong. A lot of inconsistency that can be found in even a button like this. Across different projects, some developers or designers could decide it like, I'll implement that a little bit different. I don't have time, so I don't have time to look how our other projects did it. So we have all kind of blue buttons. So we have inconsistency across various sizes, typography. There is no like convention. Is it okay? This is really terrible and takes time, both for the developers, for the designers, and for the QA team. Okay, so we can have the same button that is consistent, have that consistent look, different products, and okay, that's the same button. It looks the same in all the projects, but oh my god, it could be in really like different ways, and there is no right or wrong way to implement it, but it makes the code base really inconsistent and hard to navigate. And when actually other developers have to work on that, just don't have the time to figure it all out. They'll just add one more to this, and instead of 5, you'll have like 6 different flavors of how we can achieve result. And this is a big part of why design systems exist and why they're like great things. They just take out that inconsistency of our UI. Okay, so hopefully I convinced you that having a design system in place is good. So how to operate, which is like the best time to start design system. There was a graffiti in my neighborhood. You fail to plan, you plan to fail. I really like it. And it's also true. So we need a plan, and the plan need to start with the opportunity to have to set design system in. So there are different opportunities. For example, starting new project, brand new. So all the developers and designers gather around today. Okay, you know what? We want to try that and create design system for it. It could be our pilot project. So we will start and develop the components that will be used in that project, and then we will ship it with our design system. So sounds great, but they then you have to get an agreement. So that's an agreement between developer teams, what tech will be used. For example, one of the team is using one of the team is using Vue, and then they will use that system, design system with Vue, and all the other developers are using React. So there have to be agreement on the what tech will be used and what will be the scope of design system, and create a plan. That's really important step. I don't know why it's missed a lot of times. But yeah, without an agreement, you can't proceed with the design system. And also, you'll need a community because creating a design system takes really much, very long time, and you have to get a dedicated team that is committed to putting that design system in place. So before, like, okay, we'll create a design system and we will build some components. We need to ask some questions. So what problem the component solves, and the design system for that matter. If there is a design system and we want to add some component to it, we have to answer, is there another component that solves this problem? Because probably just the documentation is not good, so not all the components are visible in our documentation. And there is that really tiny React component that is basically doing the same job, but we can't find it. And also, can this component solve other problems in the future, or is it like a one-off gig? And that's an important question that we have to start with asking before implementing the design system. And as front-end developers, what concern is like the component library. This is like the code base of our design system. The React, Angular, Vue, or web components product that will be finally shipped and hopefully used by the other teams. So the building blocks of component library, I like to think about building blocks in this way. So the team is basically the typography skill, the spacing skill, the color, and so on. And if you are creating a design system, you have to start building the team like upfront. You have to just accept that you're going to have a teams, and you will need to be able to change that team and accommodate, for example, for light or dark team products that have to use slightly different variations of that team because of branding or reasons. Then the next building block is like the layout, display, position, padding, margins, and all applications are going to need that. So all applications need to be laid out. And there are the common components. So this would be like all the buttons, alerts, forms, And the common components are really specific to an organization, and there is no silver bullet what to include and what not. And some design systems include some common components that your system is not adding, doesn't mean that you're missing, because this organization might have specific problems to solve and you might not have that problems, and really that's just okay. And finally, we'll have our utility. So this would be like helper classes that help us with, let's say, scrolling and interactions and transitions and so on. Okay, so talking about the component library, when creating a component, I really like to talk about the component API. It should be like thought up front, because good component API creates good components to use. If the API is the public API of the component is sloppy, it just becomes harder to use, harder to document, harder to catch all cases. And I'll just show that in a minute. And basically what I would prefer is to have consistent, well thought upfront component API. And it could be a little bit mess into the code itself, but if the component API is great, I can just proceed. And also I want to speak a little bit about component composition. So the idea of the design system is to have that components that could be composed in numerous different ways. So you can take different components and create whole pages, scenarios out of it. You have that design system and try out its components and its team to create like a preview of the page or the application you're building very fast. And some developers tend to create components that do too much time, and they grow. The components just grow. They're not very documented, and it leads us to mess. So that's a simple button. And what's happening to it is called, I don't know, propscalypse. It's like an apocalypse, but for a button with so many props. So first of all, we can see like inconsistencies, like the naming color. It have icon, and icon is just a string, so it's requiring that icon inside the component. It's not composed, but then somebody need to add a second icon, and this second icon is as a prop, so that's a mess. Nobody wants to have components like this because they're hard to use, hard to understand, and very hard to maintain in the time. And I'm speaking about personal experience. So don't do that. Really just get your API in order upfront. Okay, and let's talk about the tech stack. Most component libraries, they're using React because it's React. It's 2020. Everybody is using React. And I would highly recommend using TypeScript for creating the component library, because TypeScript gives us a lot of things out of the box, like type safety. Also, it is easier to export. It just makes life of developers so much easier. I don't even know where to start. So for styling, like Emotion Storybook Book is an open source project for creating and documenting component libraries, and you can do amazing stuff with it. And I'll show you later. And also for months, we would like to have some testing in place. So if you want to create predictable components that don't break things, they behave in predictable way, we really need to have a testing library. So simple component library, it would look something like this. So you have a dedicated folder for that component, and then you have your component, you have that storybook, your tests, and you're exporting that component. It could be really required easily and tree shaken if that's needed. And another important part is like theming. So theming have to be got right up front. I suggest using Theme UI. So that's a library for creating themable user interfaces, and it's based on constraint-based design principles. So it is really used in a lot of design systems, component libraries, and offers a great experience. So a theme could look something like this. We have our colors that we got from the design tokens, and then creating a theme and passing that theme to a provider that provides it to the component that are used throughout the design system. So Storybook, it looks like this. It is actually a great place to document your components, to be visible to the team. So a developer or a designer can go to a storybook file and can just interact with the components that are built. So you have a list of components. They're always up to date because they're reflecting the last version of component library. And it is really easy to spot on. So, okay, I'm searching for, let's say, backgrounds, what's available, what's the color. So you can see that's like really helpful in the long run. And okay, we're at release, and I want to share some personal experience thought about releasing component library, because once you've created that component library, you have to release it, people have to use it. So one thing that is very important is like versioning strategy, how you're going to version your components and your library, and there are different options. Sorry. Okay, semantic versioning is your friend. Everybody's using semantic versioning, and your design system should use too. So for those who are not familiar, Semver is basically a system that consists of digits that show the major, the minor, and the batch version of the current component or library. It's like incompatible API changes. So if something breaks, minor, that's adding features that are backwards compatible, and patches are for backward compatible fixes. So really use Semver to as your component versioning structure. So there are actually two options. We could like version the whole library or version the components in itself. And what this means is like versioning the whole library. The whole library is at 1.2.3 version, and we're made 1.4. So every component will be holding the same version of the library, and this is most commonly used at libraries that are shipped as whole package consisting of everything. And versioning individual components is like an interesting approach that is used more and more, and I can see just used out in the there. So it comes in handy. For example, you're building a project and you're developing some component and you want to share just that component. Okay, so how to share it properly? There's a tool for that. It's called Bit. I will go to that in a second. And you're just sharing that component with each version. So this enables to versioning by component enables us to adopt, mix and match, for example, button version 5.3 with a radio button version 2.1 and so on. And this is connected with really tight with release frequency. So there, again, at least two models. So this could be like a continuous release or incremental releases. And most design systems, they implement the continuous release model. And this means they'll release a major version every 6 months to 1 year. They'll release like minor version like every 1 to 3 weeks. That's really the length of a sprint. And they'll release bug fixes and just like every day. And incremental release frequency is most used with sharing individual components, as for example in Bit. And this could sometimes, like, there are 20 release versions per day of the same comp. So it's always iterate releasing. And of course, you have to get the release schedule. So this is schedule like when we will release, and what we will release. Okay, so for the distribution, basically what is used is like registry. And if you're building in-house design system, I would really recommend using Gemfairy. It's a private npm registry, and it makes really easy to distribute the design system only for your team. So it is not leaked in the public. And there's a time for the teams to iterate through it, to test it, to improve it before releasing it out in the public, or host it again and direct download that. And also before releasing, we don't have to forget like the UI tests of component. What this means is like sometimes there will be small changes and they can break things drastically. So for example, what happened to me is like slightly changing the font size breaks out the container. So releasing a minor patch actually broke the whole UI, and this is really difficult to catch. And if the component library is used across number of different products, this is really hard to catch. So there's some tools for regression testing. For example, Percy and Chromatic, they're paid tools, but they can save you a lot of headache. And there's an experimental tool I've been fiddling with, it JSTalks, which basically takes screenshots of the components and compares them to do the regression testing. And also when releasing component library, we have to manage our expectations, right? So the library is released and announced at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. it have tens of thousands of downloads, and that's not really what's happening. So later on, we expect it to trend on GitHub, and it's not happening again. But on the next day, actually somebody from your team or other teams you're working with can start using it to build a new product. And this is actually a really plausible scenario. So one thing that I've seen times and times is people having big expectations for the library, like, okay, I'm going to release that, and we'll be using it right away and so on. And this is just not how it is happening. Okay, just a second. Okay, and this is like to me, one of the and really important part of the design systems, and this is maintaining and evolving. It's really hard, and you can get things wrong. So outputs the component library code that's the code we're writing as front-end developers. So there's the documentation. roadmap where the project is going. There are features and bug fixes coming, and something that's very important is deprecation strategy. So at some point, the design system is really will start to get this like, okay, where are the icons? And something's not working on mobile Safari, not on private message, or I've updated to the latest version and now my app is broken. And you start to get these using your library, and the library is not so good as you thought. So what we need is actually to have a documentation side, because documentation have to live somewhere and should be accessible. It should not be in the head of some developer on the project. It should be accessible by anybody. And really the easiest way to do this is like to automate all the things. So on each release, automate rebuilding of the storybook or the documentation website that is showing the different components and their variations. It's really easy to automate this, and later on in the Q&A, I can talk more about it. So also what is very helpful is like your API of the components to power the document. So what this means is like it's not very useful to create a library of patterns without providing a framework for using those patterns, and API powered docs can help us with this. So the code should generate all the variations and permutations of different components and themes. So developers and designers should be ready to right away go see, click, copy, and use. So this leads me to the issue template. That's also a necessary part of your design component maintaining. So if you create in the in your Git repo that issue template MD, it could be used so anybody who has some feature or bug or have to report some bug can do it like really easily. And this creates reporting bugs and moving them to be fixed quickly. So we need a roadmap. A roadmap need to communicate what to expect and when to expect it. It also really builds trust. The project is active and maintained. And the more maintained the project is, the more it will be used. This leads me to the deprecation strategy, very important and also sometimes neglected. So some patterns can be a terrible idea. They may seem like a good idea at the time, but they may turn out to be not. So there may be a negative feedback, or you just can't move out from this pattern anymore. So a component should be deprecated. So what first you do is like set clear timeline of deprecation and give users time to react. So this intent should be well communicated, that is adding a notice to the website, and most importantly, there should be provided alternative. It's basically like, okay, this is not working, so we are deprecating that component and you can use this one instead. And really that could be forgotten is to sustain documentation for older versions of the library. So it means not that like there is a new version, new major version, and we just swap the documentation, but leave the old documentation for a particular release, because some other teams and users can be restrained and they could not upgrade to latest and greatest, and they will still need to use that edition. And this is the way to do it. Okay, and we're at the end of the talk, so I just wanted to share some tools I find. That's a storybook and style guidist. These are tools to develop and document components. I use personally Storybook a lot, and style guide is also very good. So with these tools, you can develop components in isolation and then compose bigger entities out of them, and they can be shared. They can be so the other is zero height. It's also very common and used. It's like living style guides and resources in one place. And BitDef. So BitDef is a platform for atomic components. This means like not the whole design library, but a single components that you can just download and use right away. And also it provides a platform to share such a component. So if you want to start small and start not with the big design system, the whole lot of it, but just a single component, it's a great place to actually start and explore similar components and contribute with your own. And there is also React DocGen. This is a CLI tool that's low level and it extracts information from React components. So you can create documentation and do all kind of crazy stuff with it. And React SketchUp, I love that one. This is from Airbnb and actually allows you to use React components into a sketch. So the designers can be kind of restricted to what can they put into the design. So they're enforced to work with a design system that has been already been built. And so that is, I want to thank the sponsors one more time and see you in the Q&A session.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we follow our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to do for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. man soon is coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SANAP. Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up. Hold up. 'Cause I know you wanna be my girl. 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 'C
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up. Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Engineering teams are based in Bulgaria, so all the development and product building is done in Bulgaria. And our tech stack is all the JavaScript. So we are basically having all the backend in Node.js. We have a pretty big, I might say, Node.js backend with an API with more than 1,000 endpoints. We have public parts which are exposed to our third-party integrators. We have some background jobs, schedulers, and so many things that run on the backend and they're not visible to the customers. This backend serves bigger need. We have a few clients which are web clients made in React and AngularJS. We have many mobile applications created in React Native and tablet apps, again, created in React Native, and all these are hooked to our Node.js backend. Okay, so first let's start with the why. Why performance matters? Because performance is key to your business. It can result in lost revenue. You can have a decreased productivity because people are working to fix the performance and not on actually implementing new features. And of course, it increases the hardware costs because the first thing you try when you have a performance issue is spin up more machines or add some RAM. And customers are unhappy as well because the platform is slow and unresponsive. And you can enter a crisis mode, which makes you tune or redesign the software to fix the performance. So first things first about performance is
that if you can't measure it, you cannot actually improve it. So how are we at Office R&D doing it? We are using monitoring and observability software to detect performance problems before people report them to us, to create some alerts and to monitor the application. So how does this look like? This is a screenshot from our APM monitoring. It's in New Relic. That's application performance monitoring software. You can see that we can track here all the web transactions. We can see that there was a spike at some point in time. We can see what's our AppDex score, which basically shows you how good is your service. If your response slowed down, this AppDex score will fall. Just a second, sorry. Сколько да шере?
Нещо такова, нали, трябва в смисъл като презентация. Защото иначе ти нищо не шерваш и се виждаш ти.
Nice dashboard, but they weren't visible. Okay, so now we can continue. That's the APM monitoring I was talking about. Here we can see the transactions, the HTTP requests that have come into our application, the AppDex score, which shows you how performant is your API and how happy will the customers be, and the latest OS transactions. So that's the good starting point to have this knowledge. Then another thing worth monitoring is the infrastructure. That's a screenshot from New Relic, and it's about our infrastructure monitoring. You can see the CPU spikes, the memory usage. It's just a short screenshot, but you can trigger alerts if the memory used is more than 80% and stuff like that. So it's very useful to have automatic monitoring, which can trigger alerts and tell you that there's an issue with the performance production and you should take a look. And the final bit that we use for monitoring our applications and the performance is the ELK stack. This screenshot from our Kibana instance, where you can search and query for all the different requests that have happened in the system. Okay, so I'll take a moment to share you some real life, I hope funny for you stories from Office R&D. They will be free. Okay, so the first one I named the customer. So sales have signed a very big customer. The whole company was having a great party. We won a big company, big money, we are growing. But the engineering team was preparing for a battle because big customers bring big load and big problems, especially in performance. When you're building very fast software, it's possible to have some performance issues which are hidden, and the big customer will definitely review them. So what happened? The customer imported lots of data, then they started using the platform intensively, and the infrastructure pressure was going higher than ever, which led to a slow response product. So we turned crisis mode on and started working to fix it, which took some sprints from our backlog. The next story, which is very relevant, especially for startups, is when you're building a startup, the business wants features, features, features. All the features in the world should be in your product for tomorrow. So basically, yeah, we have to add features very often, which leads to often releases, like release on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, every day of the week, ship new code, And as you can imagine, more code equals more complexity and, of course, bugs. So what happened after one release is that, again, the system becomes slow and unresponsive, and we were crisis mode on. This time it was a little bit better because we could just revert the version. So it was much easier than the first story. And story number 3 is something which I called sleeping demos. What I mean is that we have background jobs and public API. Both of these are kind of out of our control. So what does scheduler and background jobs mean is that there's some work which is done at the background while you sleep, while you're at a holiday, at New Year, especially at 1st of January. And the public API, it's used by many different ways from your integrators, and you never know how much will they use it. So this is why I'll call these sleeping demos, because they're hidden. It's not very easy to track, and they're not visible, but they're there and they're tick-tacking. So what happened? We had customers and we were generating invoices with background job. Customers started to grow in the platform. The invoices started to grow. More customers, more invoices, more customers, more invoices. And at some point, what happened is that the background jobs couldn't finish their working time. They triggered awards. They went out of memory, out of time, and everything. So again, this resulted in slow and unresponsive product, and we were crisis mode on because our customers rely on our platform, and we have to generate the invoices and send them to them. So yeah, basically it again turned us into crisis mode, and we started to dig into the problem. I hope you enjoyed our 3 funny stories. They're very different, like in different categories. So if you wonder how to avoid performance problems, that's a good question. You can not write any new code, or you can stop growing your product and business, or you should stop using NPM packages created by other people which you don't trust, or you can avoid programming completely. So obviously there's no very easy way to avoid performance problems, so better learn how to handle some of the most popular cases, and that's what I'll be talking for the rest of the presentation. I'll show some demos as well. So first, let's get some quick dive in what is memory and what's a memory leak. This slide's called Memory 101, so let's go back to the university. Basically, when you run a program, you have two ways to store memory. One is in the stack, and the other is in the heap. The stack is fixed size, so it's non-compile time. It's used only to store primitive values and references, so it doesn't grow very much. It's fixed size. The heap, that's the more interesting part. That's where Node.js stores the objects and functions. It's flexible size, so you don't know how big the heap can go. It's not limited by anything. And the objects themselves are not limited by anything. So yeah, basically you can very easily grow the heap to a size where the process will hit its own limit and, for example, crash or restart itself. Here's a small screenshot with code which basically shows which thing is allocated where. So we can see that const stage equals 42. That's a number, so it's a primitive value and it's allocated on the stack. But the object below, const programmer with 2 properties, allocated on the heap because object. And the last example is with const tags, which is an array of strings. All those strings are primitives. The arrays are objects, so everything gets on the heap as well. So that's basically how memory gets distributed on the stack and on the heap. And the dangerous part is the heap, because it can grow as much as it wants. So what's the memory life cycle of actually any program out there? It's 3 stages. You allocate some memory that you need to use. You use the memory, read, write, do whatever you want. And then the most important step is to release the memory when it's not needed anymore. So here's one important note. Releasing the memory in JavaScript is handled by the garbage collector. So we don't need to explicitly release anything. We have this garbage collector who is very helpful and will release the memory for us. How does the garbage collector works? It uses a very popular algorithm called mark and sweep. It's two-phase algorithm. The first phase is mark, the second one's sweep. Basically, in JavaScript, you either have a global object called window when you're in the browser, or you have a global object called global when you're not in Node.js. So what the algorithm does is it starts from the root object, either window or global, and it traverses the graph of objects and references and marks as green everything that can be reached from the root object. This in this example, the window. So this is green, this is active, someone uses it. So we should not remove it. Everything else we can safely mark as red, as garbage. And the second part of the algorithm is the sweep phase, where basically all the red things, the red flagged objects get removed from the heap and get destroyed. And this memory is released and returned back to the program to use for something else. Yeah, so what's a memory leak by definition? This is from Wikipedia. It occurs when a computer incorrectly manages memory allocations and memory which is no longer needed is not released. Here's a very funny GIF which shows how an automatic process like the garbage collector corrects the garbage, but unfortunately it detects that some of the garbage is not real garbage and it leaves it. So yeah, this garbage is unused by anyone, but it will be left out in the wild. Okay, so when does a memory leak happen? Most often when you have attached a short-living object to a long-living one. So you expect that this object will go out of scope and get released, but actually it's attached by something which will hold it during the whole program lifetime. So this will increase the memory and won't be used. Sometimes just can fail to detect a used object, but that's a rare case. Other interesting case when memory leak can happen is when you load big files in the memory, and this creates a small spike in the memory and takes some time for the garbage collector to actually manage to release the memory. Although it detects it's unused, it takes time to release it. For example, imagine that you are loading a video file of 200 megabytes and you receive 100 requests per minute in this endpoint, and you load this file 100 times by 200 megabytes. Although the garbage collector will see that after the request is over, this video is no longer needed, it will take some time to release it. So this will result in a very big burst into memory, and this might kill your process. And the last thing is that's more Node.js specific, but when you have synchronous code, it doesn't allow the garbage collector to run. What I mean is that synchronous code actually blocks out the event loop, and the garbage collector runs once the event loop makes a cycle. So if you do a synchronous code and you allocate more and more memory, the garbage collector cannot release it until you release the event loop, like finish your code. Only then can garbage collector mark the unused things and therefore remove them. How does it look like? That's a screenshot from one of our profiles while testing. You can see that the memory starts from around maybe 100 megabytes, and there's a steep curve. It grows very fast in a minute. It reaches the current process memory limit, which is 1.2 gigabytes in this case, and it drops off. Basically the process gets restarted and the program is left in a very bad state. and of course the request is not served, so it affects the users. So that's a kind of steep one. Memory leaks can look more flat, but it may take days to make to hit the limit of the process. That's a good picture. A few examples where we can see if there's a memory leak or not. These are all based in Express. As we know, garbage is collected at the end of each request. So we receive a request, we do something, we send the response, and at the end, the garbage collector will collect everything that's used in the scope and dispose it. So here we are using some user manager to read some data from the database and return it to the users. After the response is sent to the user and this goes out of scope, the garbage collector will mark the users and request and REST object as garbage and will release them. So there's no memory leak here. This second example, we attach for some reason the users on the request object and then we return it. Again, when we go out of scope, request is marked for deletion as it's not used anymore and it will get disposed with the users themselves. Now here's an example which shows a very simple version of a memory leak. We have a global object which is in the file and it's out of the scope of this handler. We get again some users data from the database. We set it in the global object with some ID and we return the JSON. After that, the garbage collector will collect the request and the response, but the users unfortunately won't get collected because they're referenced by a still living object, the global object. So this will definitely leak very fast. At every request, the global object will grow and these users will never get disposed, but they will be unused. No one will use them, so they're useless. Okay, so imagine that an alert is triggered, there's a performance issue in production. Where do we start? Basically, our approach is first, you have set up a monitoring and you can see what has happened. Is the CPU up? Is the memory up? Are there too many slow requests? That can be seen in your monitoring solution. After that, you need to drill down more. You can explore the walks. The steps we do most often here, we are looking for slow requests, basically requests which are taking more than, for example, 500 milliseconds or second or 5 seconds to complete. These are suspicious one, and we try to see what happens, why they are so slow. We look for unfinished requests. Unfinished requests are these which never returned an answer, so they should have timed out for the client, but never returned an answer. So something happened in our process and they didn't receive a reply. We check the error responses. If the errors are too many, that can lead us to some clue what's happening. And finally, we can narrow the timeline to the time of the alert and see what happens a little bit of time before that, before everything explodes. So this is how we approach digging in the logging to see which endpoints are suspicious, what might have happened, who is the user, what's the customer, how much data do they have, is it broken data or something else that caused this performance issue. The other approach is more ad hoc. It's by using some other methods like manual browsing. You might find this funny, but I managed to actually reproduce a performance problem by manually clicking around our platform and just looking at the network tab for slower requests. The other thing, which is much better way, is to use your automatic tests. So you can see there's a degradation in the automatic tests from the last releases. You can see if it takes more time to finish the UI tests or your API tests or integration tests. So they are a good sign if your system is actually getting slower. So use them and you can prevent some performance issues. And finally, we do a quick commits review of the latest versions, and we try to see if there's some suspicious code, something which kind of smells for memory leaks or some other issue. And something which we always do is we always pair with teammates, because in such crisis moments when there's a performance issue in production, you are under some stress and you need some other guys to help you out and bring you support and give you ideas, and they as well can dig in with you. So yeah, pairing with teammates on a call or creating a quick SWAT group is a good idea. We have a war room in Office R&D, and basically all the words go there, and everybody in the war room can see what's happening and help with the investigation or see what steps have been done. So it creates good visibility. So we detected a suspicious API call or snippet. It's now a time to analyze and fix it. Imagine that currently the issue at hand is a memory leak. The first thing we need to do is to find a appropriate benchmarking tool to produce some code. We commonly use Autocannon. It's written entirely in Node.js. It's cross-platform. Autocannon gives you the functionality to call an endpoint with many requests or with many connections for a period of time. You can attach cookies. You can use any of the HTTP verbs out there, like get, post, put. You can send bodies and stuff, and at the end it gives you short stats. What happened? How many requests were returned? How many errors? What was the average response and stuff like that. So when we find an issue with some of the endpoints or we suspect it, we shoot it with the Autocannon and see what's the throughput. Okay, so enough talking with slides. Let's see some demo, how we can debug memory leaks. Okay, so that's the memory leak code I'll show you. Basically, we have an apt-get for the root. We set some large array to the request. No, this is supposed, so no worry about that. But we call a log request method. What it does is something very bad and suspicious. It stores the request by its ID in the request map, which is a global object. So guess what will happen? It will leak. All these requests will get stored here. This large array will get into the heap as well. How can we detect this? Okay, as I told you, the first thing is that, sorry, just a second. We'll use the old way. We start up the application. We use Autocannon to shoot some requests, for example, for 6 seconds. And we start looking at the htop. We will filter out here by our process memory leak index.js. You can see there's not much memory right now. Now, if we shoot to the Autocannon to start producing requests for 60 seconds, you can see now the memory is rising at very big temps. Okay, so that's a good sign. Maybe we can make Autocannon quicker, run it only for 20 seconds. We run it for 20 seconds, filter out again. By our process, it's still growing. And in the end, Autocannon will show us how many requests it executed, what was the response time, and stuff like that. It's not very much important about it right now. So we made 43K requests in 20 seconds, it read 20 megabytes of data. And now we can see we don't use this process anymore. We don't shoot any requests, but the memory is nearly 900 megabytes, so that's definitely going to leak. If we continue requesting this API, it will leak until it reaches the process memory limit, for example, 1 gigabyte or 2, and it will restart itself. Okay, so how do we fix this? In case we don't know what's the issue, of course. So one popular way to debug memory issues is to use heap snapshots. In this case, we'll use node inspect command, which will open. It should open here the DevTools, and it's attached to our process. Okay, so basically that was from //inspect, and you click open dedicated DevTools for node, and here is your process. It's currently using 4.5. Now I'm got some requests. Route to Canon. Let's, for example, shoot for 6 seconds. We can see now that the memory is rising. We can take a heap snapshot. So that's heap snapshot. It will basically run a garbage collector and take a snapshot of everything that's currently in the heap stack. So this is done. We can take another one. As you can see, the memory is rising. So something's happening. Some memory is getting inside the process and probably not getting out. We'll take just one more snapshot. I'll tell you later why. Just be patient for a minute. Okay, so it's up to 190 megabytes right now. That's just the JavaScript part. So if we go here and search this process, it may be even more because there are some internals and native things that are hold up. So yeah, that's the latest snapshot. You can close this and this. So now what we can see in a heap snapshot basically is all the objects and stuff that's on the heap. The most important thing here is the retained size. This is how much bytes this object holds. So this how big the object is basically. Now, if we observe here, there's an array with almost 100,000 elements worth around 50 megabytes. If you can see here, it's now 74, and here it's around 110 megabytes. Why did we took 3 snapshots? Because there's a very neat way to compare them. We can compare now what were the objects which were allocated between snapshot 2 and 3. So actually, what are the new objects? You know, when you start the snapshot here, you can see some objects which are from the startup of the program, and they will be live to the end, and they're not an issue. But between 2 and 3, for example, the second and first snapshot, here we can find some suspicious objects. For example, in this case, you can see that there are incoming messages which retain big size. That's actually our request, which is stored, and you can see the watch array here. And this will point us to the problem. One popular way to compare them is to see objects which were allocated in between snapshot 1 and 2, but are still present in 3. So that's very important. So what happened is these objects have been created on the heap between snapshot 1 and snapshot 2, and garbage collector has been running in snapshot 1, snapshot 2, and snapshot 3, and these objects have survived, if I might say this. They have survived the garbage collector from snapshot 2 and snapshot 3, so this might be leaking. And again, we can see the incoming message, the work array, and stuff like that. So we can think what's happening in this code, which creates so much arrays and stuff, and dig further in the code. It's pretty hard to debug memory issues, so this will give you some kind of hint to dig in, but rarely it will point to the line of code that's the problematic. Okay, so we know now how to fix it because we know the code. This should have just led us to finding what are the types of objects that are leaking. I just described to the heap snapshots. That's the oldest way. It runs the GC and takes heap state. Now, to further dig in, we at FSR&D we use such a small function, which basically what it does, it uses the Node.js process module, and it gets its memory usage and its most specifically its heap usage. So we track at what memory size the process, what memory is used in the heap before executing some function. Then we execute the function. Then we show what's the memory after it and the difference. So we kind of wrap up some of the code snippets that you think in this API might be leaking, and we observe what happens, what's the difference. Okay, so we think we found the memory leak. That's very, very well done for us. Let's fix it, but first, let's remember the first principle. If you can't measure it, you cannot improve it. The heap snapshots and the autocannon, they didn't give us a very good picture of how much memory is used. They didn't give us the good graphic that I showed you before that. So in this case, we tend to use a diagnostic profiling tool. In Node.js, one very popular choice, and our choice is it's called Node Clinic. It's open source. It's made by one of the Node.js committee members, Matteo Culina, and some other guys. It's very nice, actually. So it contains 3 different tools. The first tool is called the Clinic Doctor, which what it does, it can diagnose some performance issues in your application. It actually injects some code natively, and it starts tracking some parameters. They are using some statisticians, algorithms, and heuristics to try to figure out what's the issue. So it's much better than you trying to look at it and trying to figure out what's the problem. They're trying to spot common issues, and it gives you very handy recommendations. I'll show you in a minute. The second tool they have created is called Clinic.js Flame. What it does is it creates flame graphs. What is a flame graph? Flame graph is a graph. It's kind of very strange. It's like a graph with stacks inside, but it shows you how much time of the CPU time was function executing. So that's called top of the stack, which is the function which is the last used one on this stack, and how much time did it take. The time taken for CPU for this function is represented by the length of the stack. You see it in a minute. It's far easier to show it than describe it. But what it does basically is does CPU sampling. Every few milliseconds, it takes swipes on the CPU and sees what's been executing, and it creates a flame graph. We'll see how this can uncover bottlenecks and hotpaths. They use hue, if you have orange, it's frequently used, but if you have something which is red, it means that it's a hotpath, that it has been executed many times during your profile. We'll see this in a demo. It will be much easier and clearer, I think. And the final one that's very nice for Node.js, it's called BubbleProf. It's a new way to provide async operations. They are using a feature in Node.js called async hooks, which is from Node 10 upwards. So basically, you can use this BubbleProf if you're using Node after 10, but I guess you're already using Node bigger version than 10. It tries to track the latency between operations, which can show you slow I/O operations, slow HTTP calls, and stuff like that. Things that are actually going outside of your application and control. Because when you do an HTTP request to an external service, it's not in your control, but it takes time. So that's interesting to explore. What's slowing down your application might be something which is not in your application. And it creates funny bubble graphs. We'll see them again in a minute. So yeah, let's do some demo. This demo will be bigger than the previous one, hope more exciting. Okay. So again, we'll start from the code. We have standard Express application. This time we're using MongoDB. We have a database and we use bookings collections. Now we have an endpoint, get request, which what it does is it gets the newest bookings, the 5 newest and 5 oldest. As you can see, it does a find. It takes only 2 fields, so it's kind of optimized. It sources by created that. It limits to 5 and returns the object. And we return this JSON to the user. Now, how do we start? First, we start by measuring things up. I use a different session. Okay, so we run node profile 1 and we shoot some requests, 5 requests, 5 connections, 5 seconds. Let's see how many requests we can get. Oh, only 40 requests. Maybe we can increase the time a little bit, maybe 10 seconds. Again, let's see how much it will take us. Okay, so we managed to put 100 requests in 10 seconds. We can see here good stats. What's the latency? Maybe, yeah, that's probably better. We can see the average response time was 400 milliseconds. How many requests per second and stuff like that. So yeah, basically this gives us a good starting point. Now let's see what can we do to actually improve this. We will start the doctor. This command is clinic doctor, which is a doctor. It's an npm package which is installed globally, the clinic. And we say we want to profile, we want to start the process node profile free.js. That's not right, of course. It should be 1. I spoiled my presentation. And once we have the port opened from this application, we will run autocannon and we will shoot for 5 seconds. Okay, so let's do this and see what happens. It will basically, again, I have to stop this because to be on the same port. So we start the application and shoot it with 5 seconds by autocannon with requests, and to see what kind of graphic the clinic doctor will show us. I started it, it's up, it's running, and now it will shoot up. Now the doctor is analyzing our data. The request we see here will be less because it actually slows down the code when it inspects it. So now that's a good picture of what happened. We can see here the CPU usage, the memory usage of the program. Actually, my screenshot for the memory leak was from this dashboard from our processes at work. You can see the event loop delay. This basically shows that someone has blocked the event loop here for a while. So while this is blocked, you cannot serve any other requests. So such big time frames with event loop delay is very bad for application. Now we see that there are some recommendations. Sometimes it shows better, but now it does not show that there might be I/O issues, but we can see that it detected the known issues and it gave you some flags that something is wrong. So you can see the event loop that it's taking some time. So this means there's some synchronous code and it correlates with the CPU spikes above. So that's something interesting we can dig in. So let's see what's this CPU used for and why this event loop is stuck. To do that, as I told you, we'll use the flame graph. We will again shoot the same program, but now we use clinic flame. The command itself is the same. We run the same file. We run it. We shoot it without Canon, and now we can see the flame graph. You can see here. You can turn in V8, for example, which will enlarge what, and that's code which is outside your control. So now we will leave it just to dependencies and Node.js code. Now you see here that there's a very large area here, the yellow one. It's not hit very often. This is hit very often, it's red, you see it. But this one is not hit very often, but it takes a lot of time. So what does it do on the CPU? You can see here that that's a compute magic function in profile1.js at line 32. And it takes 64% of the time. It's top of the stack. So 64% of the time on the CPU is taken by this function. So now we can go into our Visual Studio Code and see what's this compute magic function. It's code on which line it is. It's at line 32. So we can go to line 32 and see that some function which says uses some crypto stuff and hashes and do some user stuff. So that's pretty common that you have some unused applications. So that's a pretty common case. In this case, obviously, we don't need this. I'll create a second file, profile2.js. And now I'll copy everything from here and just remove this compute magic, which is some kind of leftover and it's not used anymore, but we execute it. It was hidden for us. I save this and now we can repeat our test. Okay, so we run node profile2 and we shoot without Canon. Let's shoot for 5 seconds. If you remember, there were around 50 requests last time. We shoot it with 5 seconds. Now we see the performance is much better. It's around 142 requests, some improvement. But we can do that. Again, we will run the doctor to analyze the situation. So we are running again the doctor, but we use the second file that we created. Now it starts shooting requests and it will do analysis. Again, it did a little bit less requests, but that's normal. So now we see that the event looks much better now. There are no large parts of time where the loop is not, the loop is stopped. We see the CPU is spiking a little bit from time to time, but that's kind of normal. Most probably it's from the doctor itself because it takes some information. So, oh, now it found something. It found a potential I/O issue. So it's okay. There's good CPU and event loop. It's the memory rising at all. The active candles are not a lot. That's actually the how many connections it has. But it found a potential I/O issue. So it gives you a recommendation to see what's that issue that it can be. You can run clean bubble proof to try to see what the sync operations are happening and how are they affecting your application. So we're running clinic bubble. Again, the same command, just we use a different tool from the clinic. It's called the bubble. It should create us a graph with all the requests. Okay, so now the interesting part, that's the connection that we're creating. The size of the bubble is how much time it has taken. So what interests us is the bigger bubbles. We can see there are 2 big bubbles. one is 62%, the other 69%, so they're basically the same. If you dig in, the white parts are the user length. What user length means is your code. Dependencies is something else like a library, and node core, as you might expect, is node core. So we can try to see what's happening here. Okay, maybe here. Okay, so this thing here, as you can see, it's a little bit playing around and exploring. Obviously, this is the slow one, but it starts from here. It triggers this operation, which takes 3 seconds or 63% of the time. So we can diagnose because it's our code, this is not our code. And we can see on profile 2.js that on line 15 there's some problem. We'll see it in a minute. And if we go back and explore the other one, we can again see that the bigger part here is from, it's taking 2 seconds, it's profile 2.js at 21:10. Okay, so we go to the code and try to see what's there. Okay, so if you remember, it's 2 arrays, so that's the one of which takes half the time. The other operation was on 121, so that's the other one. Both of these are using Mongo driver to get some data, and obviously this is the most expensive thing in this request, so we should find out how we can improve it. And in case of database operations, what can we do? Of course, we go to Mongo, we say use the database, and we try to replicate the same query, db bookings, find, get all the data, we'll sort it, find, sort, create it at descending, and take the 5 elements only. So that's what it returns. And we can even make it as this in our code, selecting only 2 fields. Okay, that's that. So now this gives you the query, and in MongoDB you can explain, see how it works. You can see now that it's actually using code scan in the input stage. So this is the query planner, how to execute this query. The winning one makes a code scan, but not much details. So let's see if we can execute the same and use the very cool execution stats property of explain. This will give us much more detail, again, to run the query and analyze it. Now, what we can see here, I'll start from the top, sorry for that. So you see the execution stats. Just a second. Query planner. That's the winning one. Input stage. Okay. So did I? Oh yeah, I forgot to say limit 5. Okay. So we can see how much documents it looked for and how many it returned. So you can see that at the execution stage it returned us only 5 documents because we have limit 5. But the total documents examined were 21,000, as it's the whole database. So we returned 5 documents, but we examined the whole 20,000 documents. So that sounds like an issue, and it uses a code scan, which means that it goes through all the records in the database and try to sort them. Okay, so how can we fix this? We can create an index by the thing that we're sorting, which is created at. Okay, so I've done this before the demo, and we have a bookings indexed, which has an index by that. And now we can see that this same query now uses index, You see the stage it uses index scan. It doesn't scan all the documents. And again, if we go here, we will see that it returned 5 documents and the total documents examined and just 5. So this should be much faster. Now let's go here, create profile 3.js, copy this thing and change our usage of the database from bookings to bookings indexed. Now we'll rerun our test. So we start node profile free process. We shoot without Canon and see how many requests we get. Okay, so now we managed to serve 6,000 requests in 5 seconds with an average of around 3 milliseconds per query. So I think MongoDB even cached some of our requests, so it's very, very quick now. And yeah, if we're happy with the performance, we can leave it like that, or we can continue digging. I guess from 50 to 6,000 was pretty good optimization, so we might just give it a try to see what it shows, but I doubt it can be optimized further. But we will run the doctor to see if it finds some issue. It did a lot less requests, 5,000, because it instruments the code and it's slower. You can see that now that the issue detects memory usage, but I don't see an issue here. Look good to me, no obvious memory leak. The CPU usage is average and spiking, but we're serving 6,000 requests, so that's kind of expected. The event loop looks okay. Active handles is kind of constant for 20. Okay, so that was my demo of the clinic, where you can basically you can profile, you can use the recommendations to dig in, and you can use the other two tools, Flame to see what's using the CPU, and Bubble Proof, sorry, to create your graph with the async operations. So yeah, basically that's that. I hope you find something interesting. Profiling is always funny but hard, so you have to play around by yourself. Yeah, I hope that just demo gave you some idea how we do approach such problems, because they are inevitable and we will always have problems. Q&A will be on a different part, different chat, and thanks to our sponsors for bringing us here. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed my talk and have a great day.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with a lost soul, looking for a hustle. But a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Hello, 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 dear developers. Good Saturday if you watch us live. And let's talk about background services of the modern browsers today. In our session, we'll go through what's available for the moment in this or that browser or browser engine. And also we'll slightly touch the topic how to use this in a best possible way. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I work in Microsoft Norway, and I care about developers. I'm a developer engagement lead, and I just want to make sure that every technical person in Norway is good with access to the resources, to the learning materials on cloud and other developer technologies. And also, I'm a big fan of developer communities. In Oslo, where I live, I run a bunch of meetups and 2 full-scale conferences. And also, I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies and Angular. I'll be super happy to stay connected with you on Twitter. WebMaxRU is my handle. I tweet mainly about web technologies, about web front-end to be precise, and with a strong focus on progressive web apps. Okay, let's start then. let's imagine, let's dream what we as front-end developers could have some interesting possibilities. For example, when the application is online, or not application, but when our user is online, connected to the internet, what if the application we created, and here we are talking about front-end part of our web application. So what if this application could update itself and the data it consumes without any interaction from the user side? So basically, this is pattern we all know well from mobile applications world. So we are now sitting, but our applications on our mobile devices, they are update themselves in the background. So I believe this option is turned on by default, since many operating system versions ago. Next, another use case, when our users are offline, how can we still schedule something for them, at least some notification? What if we, for example, want to create completely front-end web technologies based alarm clock, and we don't want our dear users to be dependent on the connection status when we can send them some form of signal from our backend. Hey, it's 8 a.m. wake up. Is it possible now? Let's check. And of course, so we checked connection state, disconnected, connected state, disconnected state, and we normally, as users of in particular mobile devices, jumping back and forth between we are online and offline, and we don't want to ruin our user experience just because of that fact that for a couple of seconds connection was lost and the data we tried to download or upload gone to nowhere, and we have to restart the process again. So what if all these cool features and possibilities are available, and furthermore, as I mentioned in the very beginning, without any need to interrupt the user by asking, I don't know, refresh the page, or without making them care about this under the hood features, so completely in the background. I can tell you that this is available now. Available thanks to pieces of functionality of the modern browsers called background services. So what is the background service? This is the special functionality of, in particular, Chromium engine, which allows us developers to run some code we have as a part of our web front-end application, that means JavaScript, in the background. And of course, there are some interesting features we have around these possibilities. First, the code itself is running in parallel thread, which is very good from multiple points of view. That means that the code we have in the background, normally this is some form of utility, so it can be somehow on the secondary row. So this code will not affect the code we have for the UI, for the thread where we actually build interface and where users interact with this interface. That means that it will stay as fast as possible, as smooth as possible. That's really cool. But you can remember that we have absolutely the same functionality for another feature of the browsers called web workers. And you are right, in that sense they are very similar. But here are the differences start. The code we have as a part of background services has its own completely separate lifecycle, separate from the main application. And yeah, that totally makes sense, because what is the life cycle of JavaScript code in the main application? User opens the browser, the tab, types in our address, something is loading, and here the life of our JavaScript application starts in most of the scenarios, right? And next, user closes the tab, and bam, everything disappears. So our main JavaScript code doesn't exist anymore. So it's as simple as that. Of course, it should not be the case for the background services, right? As I mentioned, some pieces of our application, some pieces of our code has to run in background. That means with completely closed application tab and even closed browser itself, with a small detail. So the visible part of the browser could be closed, but of course it has to reside in the memory. But again, all the modern browsers have the setting to stay in the memory by default. So actually, when in majority of scenarios, when you or your user click on close button of the browser in reality still stays in the memory. That and provides possibility for our code to run somewhere in the background. If our background services code does not start anymore with the fact that user opens particular URL, how does it work then? What invokes these pieces of code? Events. Variety of events coming to this background services from these or that sources. We'll have a couple of slides about that. And yeah, so it wakes up on some event, it does its stuff, and then it disappears again. So looking at these three criteria brings me to the association that this code we run as a part of background services, sort of phantom of our application, or ghost. Just imagine our application is dead after user closed corresponding tab, but pieces of this app is still waking up here and there, and they have their own life, but this life is short though. Back to the events. What kind of events can wake our code up? First, majority of varieties of different occasions connected to network state. When we jump back and forth from being online, or for example, when we had long running network operation, like download something, and the progress itself of this operation can invoke this event, and of course the results, like when this download was completed, or it didn't complete successfully. Next family of event are based on different timings. We'll have quite a deep dive into this a bit later, and of course we can wake our code up from the backend. And when I say our code of background services, I mean the code which is residing on thousands or maybe millions of the devices of our customers, of our users or clients, you name this. This is why it's very interesting concept. No secret at all that the only possibility to run some code completely independent of our application code, main application code itself, is to have this code inside the service worker. And it's the case for all the background services, of course. Let's iterate one more time about sources of the events which our service worker can receive to wake this or that piece of code up. Application itself, of course, our main JavaScript thread is able to send events to service worker explicitly or implicitly. Yes. Then the browser also can be the source of event for our code inside service worker. operating system, for example, when it decides that the connection state changed from offline to online. So it's, after all, it's foundations of operating system, which is working with Wi-Fi or wired connection and proxied via the browser. It also sends events to your service worker. And of course, internet. For example, when we can delight or annoy our dear users with push notifications. So we send these signals straight from our backends to, again, thousands or maybe millions of different devices where users run our app and where they agreed to receive these notifications. In its turn, how the service worker could react on these very, very different, very various events. Well, we can organize bidirectional channel with the application. So just imagine we received notification from backend that there is a new message is available for the user if we build some form of email client application or messenger application. And of course, it all will be routed to the service worker. So we might want to show push notification. And at the same time, we can send a message to the application, to the main thread, to update, for example, the counter somewhere on UI with a number of unread messages. So it's absolutely possible. If the application is not open, for example, if when service worker received some event from any kind of the sources, but user do not have an application tab open with our super duper application, or maybe the browser itself is closed, but I'm invisible part of the browser. Can we somehow launch the browser and app? Yes, absolutely. Via the service worker, you can do this, and after you launch, you can organize the same bidirectional channel with your application. Or maybe launching the browser is too obtrusive scenario for this particular use case, and it's enough for us to just show the notification, and the user will decide then themselves should something be open or not. Yes, show notification is one of the ways to communicate with the user, even with closed application itself. And here, of course, I mean web push notifications. So this is native messaging UI for the browsers, and also it's well integrated into some operating systems. For example, web push notifications which you receive on Chromium-based browsers on Windows operating system, they are part of overall of general operating system notification center, which of course makes this connection even better, like completely seamless. And maybe the most scary option, we are talking about ghosts and phantoms after all, right? When we can run some code, the code we wrote in JavaScript, of course, completely in the background. I mean, the user will not notice anything, neither notification nor open window, open tab, nothing. So just some JavaScript code will run on the user device, on desktop or mobile device, without even notifying. That might be interesting option both for developers and maybe for bad players, bad actors on IT area and internet area, but we'll dive a bit deeper in just a few minutes. Let's go back to background services. So I believe we very well described all the sources and kinds of events. Now it's time to list the available services. It's super easy to do. Open any Chromium-based browser, like Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Open developer tools. I hope that you love this functionality of the browser. I use this daily. Go to the application tab, and somewhere on the left-hand side in the bottom, you will see the list of the services, like the screenshot on my slide. This is what we currently have, and of course, like any single pixel of DevTools, this is bringing some useful possibilities for us, for developers, to test, to debug our applications, and it's the case for background services also. So using this functionality, using this feature of DevTools, you can go through all the events your application receives, just to understand what's going on, for you to easier test and debug everything. Furthermore, you can record these events for, I believe, up to 3 days. So the nature of development and debugging process like this is asynchronous by initially, right? So you can receive an event not right now, but with some delay. So it's super convenient feature to record all these events just for us to have a complete picture of what's going on with the application. Of course, that's not the case for the visitors of our application, for our dear clients. They don't have to keep this DevTools panel open at all. If we briefly go through some of these services, and we'll stay on a couple of them with a bit more details. So let's start with payment handler. It's quite a niche API available in the modern browser, which allows us to build web-based payment services, like literally completely web-based, without or even more strict, web-based with strong focus on front end. So you can organize your own payment methods, and since it all has to be supported by service worker, and in many scenarios, users, they don't want to visit the website of payment services before doing some purchase on some eShop. This API allows you to install service worker on your visitor machine, your visitor device, without visiting your origin. This is a unique feature in service worker family at all. And after all, users will see UI of your payment method when they, for example, have chosen this payment method to pay for some purchase on any random eShop. Again, they don't have to visit your site, your website in advance. Background sync is super simple but super powerful API, which gives us one particular event, really one event which you can catch in service worker, event called sync. So it's quite obvious from API name, and it follows. It gives us one interesting feature to understand in our service worker when the particular device goes from offline state to online state. So just imagine you've been disconnected for some reason, I don't know, bad coverage of 4G, or you turned off your Wi-Fi explicitly, and then you got back to online. And this is a signal for us, for developers, and for our code, of course, to maybe complete some network tasks which we maybe started in offline mode and they then couldn't obviously do when we are offline, or maybe users initiated some network operations when they were offline. For example, it's also well-known pattern of using native applications on our mobile devices. When we open Facebook or Instagram and we write post or create a new picture with 100 filters over it. And so we do this, we hit post, and at this moment we don't care, are we connected or not? We will not receive offline dyno page with server not found or connection lost, right? The data will be preserved and will propagate it to APIs of Facebook or Instagram correspondingly after the connection is restored. Now we can organize the same experience for the web. And even more important that this event will be received by service worker when users close the tab with our application, when they did some operation and they forgot about this, right? But we still can catch this event. We can propagate the data we want to send to our APIs and maybe inform user that, like, hey, you had your post was sent to our service successfully, which is nice user experience. Background fetch is another API from background services family API, which gives us the way to not worry about jumping back and forth from being connected, not thinking about if, for example, we started the download of particular large file, for example, next episode of your great podcast, and you create web front-end based application for your podcast, and you want to give possibility to your users to pre-download particular episodes. So what users do, they just hit download and that's it. They see the UI, which is very similar, if not completely the same, for the case when user just download some large file using Anchor tag. So it's the same. So users have full control to pause this, to cancel this, and same feature to restore this download if there were some problems with the connection. Next interesting feature of this API, that the bytes we downloaded using this background fetch feature will not be part of operating system, again, compared to the regular download, when the file you downloaded is somewhere in downloads folder on user's device. No, we as front-end web developers have full control over what to do with this. And in majority of the scenarios, you just put this freshly downloaded, for example, MP3 file to cache storage on user's machine. And it's not HTTP cache, but very special cache for exactly use cases like this. Or, I don't know, you can put it into an IndexedDB. And you have full control over this downloaded resource from your JavaScript code. So you can extract this data and, for example, put it into the audio player without ever touching your backend, which completely detaches your front-end web app and empowers this to organize functionality which was never available on the web before. Push messaging. I believe this is the most mature API from all this list, despite its relatively fresh for the web, right? It's the oldest one from that list. Well, maybe you even tried to organize this process. Maybe you know how to send notifications from your backend to display them as a part of native notification systems of the browsers. Maybe just one technical notice here, that in addition to displaying notification itself, which is obligatory in that case, you still can run some custom code. For example, when your service worker received push event, this signal from backend might not contain all the data you need to display notification. So at the same time, you can do, for example, one more fetch to your backend to grab fresh data and to display notification after all. What's left? Notifications and periodic background sync. And all these APIs are time-based. First, notifications. It's the best friend of push messaging. And basically, this is an inevitable part of this API. In the most of the scenarios, this API, they go always together. I mean, notification itself is standalone, but push messaging cannot work without notifications API, just because the fact that you have to show notification. But in this case, I want to emphasize another feature of notifications, another API built on top of this called notification triggers. So notification triggers and periodic background sync, or I will call this PBS for the simplicity, are both time-based activities or events or APIs. And I believe this is the only similar thing for these two, and they are very different. To understand what every of these APIs, and they are the freshest ones on this list, to understand this functionality, I will show you this table I created to showcase the differences of between these APIs, and we will learn about them using this table. Timing itself. Even from the name of periodic background sync, we can understand that it's something based on the intervals. While notification triggers, it's one-off event you schedule for particular time, literally timestamp somewhere in the future. Next, what can we do in our code, in our service worker, when we receive signal event? You remember that it's all based on events. In PBS, any kind of code, literally, we write this code ourselves, send a fetch request to update version of the application, possible. Send fetch request to update the data we pre-cached before, possible. Mine bitcoins, possible. This is a bit scary, right? While in notification triggers API, the only action we have is to display the notification. So basically, we do not write custom code in the simplest scenario at all. And next, visibility. All the code we run as a part of PBS is invisible for the customers. So it resides somewhere in the service worker, and it's up to us. We can show some notification, we can try to open the application, or we can completely ignore this and just do the stuff under the hood. Like, again, mobile applications do. They update themselves, their versions, and some of them update the data under the hood. We don't see anything. While the nature of notification triggers API is to show the notification, or you cannot avoid this. So let's look at these 3 points for PBS. So first, once we scheduled this will run on the user's machine for more or less forever until fresh reinstall of the browser, or until we explicitly unsubscribe user for this, not we, but until user explicitly unsubscribes using, for example, functionality we provided in our application. This is 1. 2, it could be completely custom code. As I mentioned, it could be some not that useful for the user, but useful for developer if it's a bad actor again. And plus, user will not see anything. So this is really making this API super powerful, and it makes our users super vulnerable. And this is why the final decision on sending this event at all to the service worker and sending this event how often is completely on the browser side. So the browser decides when to send these events, how often, and if send them at all. This is why I have user agent, or the browser in simpler words, who is final decision maker. And there is no such restriction for notification triggers, of course. Being connected, PBS, it only makes sense when users are online. It's by the design of this API, by this specification. Again, maybe just to avoid possible unneeded usage of this quite powerful API. So think about this one as a great tool, great opportunity for you to keep the code and the data on millions of your visitors' device always fresh. This is why it's only for online mode. While notification triggers can work both online and offline, and maybe the main power of this API is better visible exactly in offline mode, when we still can schedule something and we don't have to care about can we reach out to this device from our backend. And prerequisites needed for having at least something running from these APIs. First, both of these APIs, part of background services, require very explicit permission to run from the user side. So no worries, you do not have currently on your device, on your desktop or mobile device, tons of periodic background syncs running, mining Bitcoins without notifying you. No, it all starts with user permission. Furthermore, for PBS, it's even stronger requirement. The application has to be installed. And yeah, I bet you heard about Web App Manifest, which gives the possibility to install web applications, web front-end applications on user devices these days. Also part of progressive web apps concept and part of web installability. So for PBS, it's only for this scenario. Let's have a look at the code. So it's quite schematic. It's simplified, but still might give you some understanding how to start with trying with experimenting with these APIs. So PBS all starts in our main JavaScript code. In majority of the scenarios, I believe. This is why you see my imaginary file called main.js. And it all starts with feature detection. I mean, of course, it's not like obligatory, code-wise, but it really makes sense to do this check for us, for developers, to make sure that we can ever reason about this API on this particular device at all. So, and it's not something specific to PBS. I believe this is a good habit and more or less must have for every single API which is part of service worker family or progressive web apps family. So please don't forget about feature detection. Don't forget about nature of progressive enhancement of all these great APIs. So this is why I dedicated so much time to this single line of code. And what's next? We set the interval, and you see that in our case, this is minimal interval. So basically we say to the browser, please, browser, do not send this event to our service worker more often than, and we specify the interval in milliseconds here. In my scenario, this is 1 day, 24 hours. That's it. And yes, we also register this so-called periodic sync with some name. In my case, this is update content. Next part of the code is in service worker. So we register this periodic sync. What to do exactly? We, of course, write in no other place than service worker, because you remember that it's the only place where we can put some code which will run in the background when the application is closed, when the browser is closed. It all starts with add event listener. Basically, we do this all the time for all code we have in service worker. It's event based, and we run this or that code based exclusively on some event came. Periodic sync, this name for this particular API. And then since we could have multiple syncs, multiple periodic syncs, for example, one dedicated to updating of application itself, second dedicated to update of the data it consumes, it's really good idea to give the name. You remember that we call this update content, and we check the name in this case. So if this is about the content, we run our imaginary function called update content. And in this function, for example, we can do a fetch to our API to download fresh list of the news or tweets or whatever, depending on your particular application. Let's say with all these limitations we listed for this API, your service worker, your user will be really lucky to receive this event at all. So it's very strict because it's too powerful. But even in this case, I really encourage you to do step forward in taking care of your users. This is why I have this comment over the line where we try to fetch data. Think before you think. And what do I mean here? We can do extra checks before even trying to run some fetch. We can check if the user on proper network, maybe we want to update it only on Wi-Fi, or if the user is in data saver mode, we most likely have to ignore this fetch at all, right? User want to save some bandwidth. And after all, is there some storage on user's device if we want to download something bulky? So don't forget to do all these checks, and just to pay extra attention, to provide extra care of your dear users. About the timing in particular, so are we talking here about seconds or minutes or days or years? No, we are talking about hours, and it's exact timing when your service worker will receive these periodic sync events is not defined in API specification. So every browser vendor decides for themselves if the exact timings. And I can say that here's the table from for the Chrome browsers. So you see that in the best case scenarios, these syncs will come not more often than 12 hours. In worst case, this will come never, or let's say all it starts from 36 hours. So you cannot overuse this API too heavily, let's say like this. And it all depends on one synthetic index called engagement score. That means literally how often users open your application, and you remember in that case it has to be installed. So reciting is in form of shortcut or button somewhere on your home screen. So how often do they use this, and how much time do they spend within this application? So the browser tries to understand let's say value of your application for this particular user on this particular device, and based on this it gives their best approximation how interested user could be in spending some CPU, some memory, some network bandwidth in keeping this application fresh. Okay, let's go to the notification triggers. It starts pretty much the same with checking the availability of this API for this particular platform, for this particular browser version, settings, etc. Let's do not populate console log of our dear users with red lines just because this API is not available for some particular reason. And here, compared to mean interval we provide for PBS, we specify exact time where we want to show some notification. In my use case, in my sample, it just 5 seconds from now. We can schedule this, for example, for 8 a.m. next day, and then this API will wake user up by the notification with saying you scheduled this alarm. And yeah, so next we specify this timestamp trigger as one more parameter for show notification method, which is very similar to the generic show notification method of show API. So this is basically the only difference. As you see in this sample, we do not ever use service worker at all. We just don't need it for the simplest scenario when we just want to show something. Literally, what kind of code should we write in service worker then? No, but still, if you have a look at the first line, you will see that we need service worker to have this API working. Again, this is because of the nature of background services. We can only rely on service worker. So if no service worker installed on this device, this API will never work. And yeah, so you see the example of how this notification might look like on Windows operating system. most interesting part. Let's finalize our session with understanding where could work what from these APIs and from all the APIs of PWA family. I have a long answer for you about availability and exact behavior. It depends on platform, mobile or desktop, and the operating system. It depends on particular browser and its version. It depends on browser settings and maybe flags if your users are big fans of setting some custom flags. It depends on the origin, on the host name plus port, and the installation state of your application, like is it installed or not. If you wish to check everything in details, I have some URLs for you to help you with. But maybe you don't want to do all these checks for every single API or every single API call, method call in your code. This is why I have also a short answer for you, which is PWA. And in particular, P in this abbreviation means progressive, which is reminding us about nothing but progressive enhancement nature of all these interesting new features. This is why just do not rely on these APIs like on something core of core functionality of your application if you cannot really like set strict limits for you for your users, like please make sure that this will work only in this particular browser or in this particular version. Maybe this is a quite exotic scenario, right? So just double check that this API is available by doing simple feature detection. Let's sum up. Summary. What is the goal of bringing more and more quite powerful APIs to the web? The goal is simple: to reduce the gap between what web technologies can do and what native code can do. Like native code for a particular platform. And this gap is always reducing. From user experience perspective, these APIs are at the state when almost every new of these APIs require some trade-off, some compromise. When, for example, use some extra CPU, some extra bandwidth, or some considerations about privacy and safety, or just annoying requests of this offers to enable this API. So it requires something from user. So let's make sure that we give more in return, that we really provide some useful user experience based on all this. From developer experience, it's quite convenient to use. We have APIs which are in more or less stable form. We have tooling, this background services panel of DevTools I mentioned, also very convenient to use. So yeah, it's good for us. And what's even better, this is only beginning of a great journey of powerful web APIs. To continue the discussion about PWAs, about service workers, about background services, I would like to invite you to the OpenSlake team I ran for a couple of years. Now this is the largest place on our planet Earth to discuss stuff about progressive web apps. And thank you very much. Let's stay connected. Please follow me on Twitter, webmaxru. That's all from me for today. It was a great pleasure.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered to our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to move for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Hello, folks. Здрасти, хора. Днешната лекция ще бъде главно на английски, понеже така съм написал и всичките термини ми идват на английски. Но, having said that, много благодаря на Михаил, на Виолина, модераторката, за гостоприемството и на JSTalks България. И така, имаме доста интересни неща да видим днес, така че започваме. So, today's topic, the gentle touch of APM, code tracing in Node.js. My name is Emmanuel. I work for Elastic, a company you probably know if you work in the web development field and if you try to monitor your apps. We're pretty well known in observability. And a number of other parts of the tech field where search is required or it's just a necessary step towards building solutions. And so is the case for code tracing. Code tracing is the kind of thing where you're sitting, in your home clothes at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night, and your pager goes off, and you need to figure out what's wrong with a website or any other system, and that's your queue. So that's really a search problem. You have to sift through a lot of information to find the right thing, to find the source of the problem. But today, we'll be talking about how do we get that info into the system. So without further ado, I said it's a search problem, and I want to say a few words about like why code tracing in the first place or where it comes from. Before application performance monitoring or code tracing, there were other ways that we tried to troubleshoot systems. We would get their logs and would usually just download them to our local machines, and we would look through them, or we would look at them on the server where the app was running. And then we had metrics, like just CPU, RAM, disk I/O, network I/O, that kind of thing. And then later on, we started centralizing that information, putting it into data stores. That made it easier to take care of many, many, many machines at once and look through a chronological track of what happened, even if it was on different systems. Code tracing is just the next logical evolution of that. I personally found it necessary after attempting to solve a particular problem, only using tools I had, which was at the time was only logs and metrics, and so far they'd been fine. I'd worked for 3 or 4 years, and I'd managed to resolve every problem that we'd had. What I didn't realize is that I could have resolved them much more easily and quickly. With code tracing, I hit upon a problem that took 4 days. It was intermittent, and obviously our client wasn't particularly happy. I had to look for new solutions, and I installed the code tracing system. It wasn't Elastic APM. It wasn't even published at the time, and I discovered that it made like what I'd been doing so far was more like a black box with logs and metrics. Well, code tracing, it was like I could x-ray the app and see exactly what was going on inside, not just the effects of problems, but look at the actual problems. So that's what we'll do today. It did make me, I think, a better ops person, a better dev also, and definitely allowed me to do my job much, much faster. And this is true of any kind of APM system, whether that be a vendor or regardless of what vendor it comes from. Although Elastic's one is free, so that's a pretty big bonus for it. So this is usually what an APM system would do. You have like some sort of standard app. It has a front end, it has a back end, and there's perhaps a database it talks to. So each component or each significant component of your app will require its own agent that collects information and siphons it off to somewhere else. So for most vendors, they're just SaaS. So what you do is you pay them a bit per month, and you have these open source agents usually that you install in your own apps. Usually you add them as a dependency, or you wrap them around the app in some fashion, and they send that information onto the vendor systems, and then you look at some pretty graphs. You can do the exact same thing with Elastic APM. In fact, it's a recommended way to use it. You go to Elastic Cloud, you start an APM instance. The agents that you've installed in your app, so today obviously we'll be talking about how the Node.js agent works over here. The agents that you've installed in your app send data to an APM server, which processes it a little bit and sends it onto Elasticsearch. And then you can look at it at the graphical user interface, Kibana. But with Elastic APM, you can also download all of these components, including the server ones, and use them yourself for free. The difference there is that the functionality is the same, but obviously you can end up in a who watches the watcher situation where you set up your monitoring, but then you have to set up monitoring for your monitoring because you don't want your monitoring, especially your data collection, to go down without you noticing. Oh. All right, just a second. There's a problem with the video quality. I'll just reshare my screen. Ok, Lésiga. Vejo da série. O primeiro é normal, não se vês não. Ok, super. Right, so onwards. So what are APM agents in general? You know, those two little bits that collect all the info. They live inside your process. Usually, they are language and framework specific. So hence, for the front end, you'd have some like front end JavaScript agent. We call it real user monitoring, that sits like far out. It's downloaded with whatever else you have in your JS to the user's browser. A Node.js client, of course, sits in the back with Node.js, Python client, so on and so forth. Its job is to collect performance data and errors and to send that off. Ideally, it has no overhead on production or very little. This is the case for our runs. As you'll see, like the point of this talk is to really show you that none of this stuff is super magical. You know, getting line numbers and getting code traces and so on is not something that's a totally black magic. It's something that you can understand as well, and you even write yourselves. I guess the interesting part there is, I think we're having I can see a little bit of a bug on the slides. To be honest, you're seeing the important parts. So. The important thing with an APM agent is that it will collect more information. So it will siphon off code, and it will siphon off anything that code does, like interaction with third-party libraries, SQL queries, HTTP requests, and so on. Every little part of a transaction, like every function that gets called in your code or every database call you make, is called a span in the code tracing lingo. And this is the same for other vendors as well. There's actually even a World Wide Web Consortium working group that deals with code with tracing and like trying to have some unified language as well as other ways of unifying different systems that vendors use. Because vendors like us have sprouted like mushrooms in the last 10 years in this sector. And then a whole group of spans, that's a transaction. Transaction is one service answering one request. But you can have, like a request can go through different services. So there you have distributed tracing, and answering that request would involve multiple transactions. So it's a difference that's worth being aware of when you read online. You've got a span, it's part of a transaction. You've got a transaction, just one service answering one question. And you have a request, which can go, or also called a trace. I think trace probably better because request also very overloaded word, right? You have a trace which could contain multiple transactions. trace, most general, transaction, and then span. The job of agents is to measure time spent in operations and collect additional data and then hook into the framework to get extra info. But we'll be seeing that in a lot more detail anyway. So, okay, all right. Let me just switch away from presenting full screen. That's because I see there's some sort of bug. Okay. Well, да видим самия код. Well, actually, before that, let's see какво прави системата, която се опитваме за която ще говорим как работи. And the backend, да видим какво прави. Okay, right. Нямам да от екрана. Okay, само секунда, така да... ще опитам да рефрешна студиото. Сега ще се върна при вас с до една минутка. Окей. Здравейте отново. Аз използвам и друг браузър, така че се надявам да всичко да ми е окей. Така, когато отворим една APM система, that's what we would see. You would see the different services that are that you've got running, and that's exactly what would allow you to trace requests through many different systems and different components. So we're going to look at the node one, of course, and I'll show you a little bit of the other interesting features. You go into a service. This is very typical of what you would see. It shows you how long you're spending overall just in your app, like what is it actually doing. So here in this case, over the last 24 hours, this app, my demo app, spent about 22%, so about a fifth of the time, waiting on the database to come back. Then about 50% of the time waiting on other HTTP requests to complete. So like talking to other services, maybe calling some APIs. Then 30% of the time, or 29%, in the application code itself. Okay, so that's a great overview. And here we've got different statistical measurements. So the average can be really low, and then it makes it look like, oh, everything is fast and everything's fine. But actually, it's not, right? So you could have some transactions that are really, really, really slow, and you want to know. So that's where the 99th and 95th percentile come into play. They use some statistical sampling to try to show you what 95 and 99% of your users would actually feel like, because you don't just care about the average. And then, of course, you have throughput and so on. And now here, that's the most interesting part in any code tracing system. This is an overview of all transactions, and they will all have some measure of impact. So in this case, it's a function of how many transactions per minute, the throughput, and how long it's taking. Of course, the slower or the more calls there are, the greater the impact on your system. And there are some other interesting things here. These are web requests, as you can see. Okay, or GET, they're POST requests, so that's fine. But you can also trace asynchronous jobs. So like background jobs, batch jobs that you just run with Node. And if you click on transaction type and click here on worker, you would see something like this. Very similar. So in this case, they are not doing any calling to databases or or other APIs or services. And here we can see the background jobs that we've defined for Node.js. Now, obviously, there's a bunch of, not really magic, but sort of magic that goes on that gives us this screen. We hook into the web framework, and then it tells us some things, which we'll see how that happens. And then we get to this part. But how do we get background jobs which just execute? So how do we know what's going on? And how do we label them like this? So we do this ourselves. So this is the code for that demo application, specifically for the background jobs part. And what we do is we have to explicitly, in our background jobs, call functions like start transaction and end transaction. So there you go. This is all that we have to do. Like literally for this agent, for that screen you saw, that's all that we had to do. We give the transaction a particular name, and we give it a type. So it's not a web request, so the type shouldn't be request. So if we've given it worker, but you can call it background or whatever you want. And then we do end transaction that collects all of the timing data collected and sends it off. And then we see it on the pretty UI. Okay, so now coming from here, let's dig into one of these. Actually, do you know what? Let's first have a look at the rest of the screen. So we've looked at transaction type here, but there's also a couple of other interesting things that an APM system does. First off, it will collect errors for you. This is why I say nowadays, if I were setting up a new project, I first set up APM and not even logging, because it actually logs errors already. And imagine this is within the last 24 hours. So imagine seeing errors like this one, like seeing 1,000 errors. And with stack trace for each is 20, 30 lines. It's going to be a lot of lines to read and be very difficult to navigate. But here they're all grouped together. That's perfect. It's quite easy to read. This is an amazing ability that I like to have, even if I do have logging. Then also, even in terms of metrics, it collects some basic metrics like CPU and RAM. Of course, it depends on where it is. If it's inside a Kubernetes container, it might not be as meaningful to you. But if it's just a virtual machine, and especially if there's anything else running on there, or you want to see the resource use, you can already do that. So you don't have to bother with like a full-blown observability setup at the very beginning, depending, of course, on the type of service it is. Okay, so that's why I set up APM first nowadays with projects. All right, so let's see a specific transaction. Let's pick one of these. I've picked the post to the API. At the top, you have the same stats as you have for the overview. This one just doesn't do any other calls to databases and so on. You can see spikes. So at some point, there was degraded user experience. And you can look through different transactions because there's sampling going on. Okay, so see the little two arrows here? That's a transaction. And these blocks here are the spans I was telling you about. Okay, so let's have a look at the span. What's interesting here is we will capture the exact query that's being issued, and we will also capture the stack trace, like exactly what line is issuing it, and you can even look at library frames, although we're not that interested in them. So this is super handy. Like you can see this is far more detailed than just looking at logs. All right, but like I assume some of you have already seen an APM system, so let's move on to actually looking at this. This is the most interesting part overall on the screen. It's a beta feature, service map, and you can see the reason it is beta. That's because in this case, it hasn't detected other services that the Node.js component of the app is talking to. I've opened the Python component here for you just so you can see what that's supposed to look like. This just maps out what services each component is talking to and the structure as it looks from that component. I've got the different language services, and then I've got a couple of data stores that we talked. And finally, for real user monitoring, if I remember, I told you about this is not the Node.js one. This is the JavaScript client side one. And the cool thing here is that you don't have to do anything to get this map. You just install it, and then it will collect this information from the IP. It will do a very rough geolocation, and it will allow you to see like where traffic's coming from. And you don't have to configure this or like dashboard it, customize it, whatever. It just comes with the real user monitoring agent, RUM. All right, so let's go back to the slides. And let's go back to the code. Now, let's write the code. Okay. So how do we get all of this, especially information like the transaction we have here? So you saw a span here, and you've also got other information here, like transaction-wide information. So things like request headers, like the response headers. There would be even body recorded. There's an IP address, encryption, host, like process information. There's just even user information here. If your particular framework supports that, like whatever you use in Node.js, whether it's Express or any other framework, then it will also record that. Right. So how do we get this, and how do we get these stack traces? So let's have a look. First off, how do we? Where do we begin? Well, we have our own application, right? And we want to do some code tracing on it. And here's the app. So here's a demo app. And all that we have to do is this. We require the dependency, load it up just like any other dependency, and then we call .start on it, and we give it a little bit of configuration. This one line is all that you have to do. The configuration is only a few lines as well. Okay, so the APM config, this is it right here. And this is really all that you need to do. So you'd need to give it a service name so that it shows up in the user interface somehow. Version is also recommended, so you can track which transaction came from which version and what you're looking at. And you could give it your own version, of course. Or it's actually, well, it's recommended that you use your app's version here. Then this is only turn it on for when it's in production, because it can slow things down, and you also probably don't want development data polluting production data. So if you wanted to use it in development, you give it a bit of extra config here, but by default, I would leave that flag in there. So that's it. Then we're off. All right. So how do we? There's a few things that APM does, and I always wonder whether to show you the flowchart first or whether to just dig into the code. I think this time it might be wise to show you the flowchart. We're not going to go through all of it now. We'll use this as a recap later. But the general categories that we're going to go through is we're going to look at how APM captures errors. Remember, I showed you those errors that were grouped together. How it gets transaction information. So like the user details, like the user email, request headers, response headers, stuff like that. And how does it get those code stack traces? Those are the three things that we're interested in. Like, how do they come into existence? Where's the magic? Okay, so starting with errors. We have capture error. Actually, right, there we go. So we have this prototype that will get called up. It's basically a handler that gets registered. Actually, let me show you. There you go. So handle uncaught exceptions is the handler that would get called when there are errors, and we rely on Node.js to help us do that. All right, so then we go on to the capture error function. All right, so looks like capture error is let's look at the code of capture error. So how do we get these functions here? Okay, so in the beginning, we have a bunch of just some settings, some stuff, getting the current time, getting a bit of context, capturing the context for the transaction, which like headers and so on, which we'll see how we do that in a bit. And finally, we do a bunch of other stuff, but finally we end up with error.capture stack trace. And then we parse it, we prepare it, we make it a neat little JSON object, and we send it on to the APM server, see it in the Kibana user interface. So error.capture stack trace is actually just a Node.js function. So that is it. Register a handler, and the handler call error.capture stack trace. Make sure that information is attached together. Basically a bunch of boilerplate building an object in memory. And a lot of this information that we get, a lot of how an agent works is exactly this. There's nothing super magical about it. We just we bring information together, we glue it together, and we end up relying on a bunch of other libraries to help us. Okay. So how do we get all of that transaction information? Because as I said, we attach it to the errors, and of course we attach it to the non-error regular transactions as well. Okay, and the way we do that is we have to trace through. So that trace through this code. So remember in the asynchronous worker here, we had a start transaction and an end transaction. So when we're in a framework, that we have handlers that we register, that basically the framework tells us, this is the start of the request, this is the end of the request that I'm servicing. And that for us goes a start transaction, end transaction. Now we're going to go through the whole thing because, to be honest, it's not that interesting. I just explain it to you, and that's all it does. It's just a bit of boilerplate that does that. But at the end of the transaction, what we do is we encode all of the information. I should see that. Right, yeah, there it is. Add ended transaction. Okay. So let's have a look at that. All right, so add ended transaction. It will filter out transactions that we do not want to record for some reason, like it's too many. We're sampling statistically, so we basically don't record every one of them, or there's some other reason that we don't want this transaction. Because you can add filters. So if there's like private information, GDPR compliance, whatever, you can throw away the entire transaction. Okay, then we're back to the transaction view, and we're on to the encode function. Okay, and encode just calls to JSON and the transaction view. All right, so let's have a look at the transaction function. Let's have a look at the JSON serialization of each transaction. Right, this is where it happens, right? Payload. This is that object that I'm talking to you about that we built over time in memory, and then we send off to the APM server, and we see on the producer interface. A bunch of stuff like duration just comes from, when we do start transaction, end transaction, we store that in a variable. We can then calculate the difference with duration, and so on and so forth. Get a name, a type, like you saw, worker, background jobs, request for web requests. All right, but how do we get all of that other info? How do we get this stuff here, as well as stuff like the user data here, email ID, and so on. Okay, do that is right here, parsers. So what do we have here? We have get user context from the parser. We get some context from the request and from the response. Okay, so let's go look at the parsers now. All right, so let's start with what we get from the request. This is exactly the information you saw on the UI on that screen. Here's how we get the IP from the request object. We get the URL. So actually, this is an external library we're relying called HTTP headers to get info out of the request. We get, of course, the method and so on and so forth. We could get the body of the request if we want to be capturing the body. Otherwise, we just say it's been redacted. And this is quite funny here, temporary fix. So that code's been in for a couple of years. So even something that's been published and is being used by definitely tens of thousands with this one, possibly hundreds of thousands of web apps and sites, still has things like that. Of course, it doesn't affect it in a negative way, otherwise it wouldn't fix it, but it's still funny. Okay, so that's how we get, so this is request, yeah? So that's how we get this part. HTTP request. See, the body is written. Method of IP address and so on and so forth. All right. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Getting stuff from the response. This is simpler. We just get, again, we use the HTTP headers library, external library, it just captures all the headers and dumps them for us. We get the status code, and that's it, done. So you can see that happening right here. There's the headers and there's the status code. But being able to see that together, like the powerful thing here is being able to see that together with all the other information on the screen, like exactly what is being executed and what does that result in, and also seeing the environment of the request, the specific one request for this transaction. All right, so then the next final bit is how did we get that user.email, user.id? Well, we basically guess what the framework of the day that we're being called from the inside of, like what it might have called things. So we use a basic auth library here to extract information. We look for session, where we look for things like .id, .username, .email, and so on and so forth. And that's it, we just record it. So this simple using the request. As you saw, a lot of these use the rec object representing the request. So we get most of this information simply handed to us by the framework and Node.js. All right, so this is how we get this part and this part, the user. Now, enough about the transaction. How do we get these things? Because people often, like, that's where I really get people thinking, oh, no, it's code tracing. It's, it looks at the code as very complicated. But let's see if we can dispel that myth a little bit. So as I mentioned, the whole thing is called a transaction, right? And this here is called a span, a building block of a transaction. All right, so in the span, there is a record stack trace function. I'm kind of jumping in because I just get bored tracing through tons of stuff with me otherwise. Okay, so we have a record stack trace function. Now let's see what we do here. So first off, we can do capture stack trace from Node.js, but that's only in case of errors, whereas what I was showing you here is not an error, that's just a normal transaction, but we still want this code. So how do we do that? Oh, I'm jumping ahead, spoilers. Well, we do it this way. So think of call sites as kind of like frames, where the code has been, basically lines in the stack trace. And we use a library called Stackman to get these call sites. And then we use a parser, parse call site. So let's start from the parser, and we'll also dig into the library a little bit. So this is the parser, and this is what we're able to extract we get a relative file name, we get a number, and whether we ask it whether we ask the library, sorry, whether the this building block, or sorry, whether this line is a library frame or part of the application code. So basically, it's this part here, right? Like you can see, this is open by default when I open the block, and this is collapsed by default and it says library frame. So how does it know, that this is application code and this is libraries? Well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, what else do we get here? Yeah, whether it's within Node.js, and this here, pre-context, context line, and post-context is the code. So we're somehow extracting that code. So pre-context is these two lines, then this is the code line, and this is the post-context. Okay. All right, so what was this Stackman library? So actually, this is a library. It's an open source library that the one of the authors of this APM agent wrote, and this APM agent is of course open source, by the way, so you can look at all this. So let's have a look at what Stackman does. So in here we are calling Stackman dot. That's for each call site. Right, there we go. So here we're calling stackman.callsites. And for each line, we do this parsing that I showed you. Okay. So let's have a look at what stackman.callsites does. Okay, so it does a bunch of error checking and just verifying that we can get the information. And then eventually, for each of them, it uses the source map. Okay, so what does that mean? Right, let me show you. So, one second. Yes, all right, excellent. Yes, that's right. Okay, so for each call site, it uses source map to get the necessary information. And here is how we get the source contexts. Okay, so first off, we check whether, we check how many application lines there are, and we check how many library lines there are. And we do that by calling this isApp function, and then we actually retrieve the source context, well, via this, source context function. All right, so let's have a look at that. This is it. This is how it determines that a line is part of our application as opposed to Node.js or the libraries. Here we've got, okay, this is a library, and whether this is Node. It's just file name mangling, or file name processing. It looks at whether it's a library, it looks at Node modules, and if the whole path of the file being executed starts with Node modules, then it's a library. It's a third-party library. And then we also guess for Node.js. It's a different way to guess for that. And then we just say, okay, is this our application? If it's not Node, and if it's not a part of a library, then it's our application. Okay, but so here, further up above in the call sites, I said we also got this pre-context, the actual line, and then the post-context. And we get it via this function called source context. So let's look for that. It is. Okay, so once we get the lines of context, and we do a bit of boilerplate, this is what we do here. Right, so we read the source map, and then from there we parse off the source, which happens right here. So how do we parse the source? So we know by now which file it is, right? That's how we were able to tell whether it's part of our app or part of library. Now, to get lines of context, we simply read the file in, And for pre-context, this whole calculation basically says, get me so give me the current line, like, the actual line, the one in the middle, and give me that, and then before that, give me, in this case, it's configured to give me 2 logs, especially if you're coming to this talk or watching this talk later. I assume that you're more interested in actually seeing how it works and seeing what it can do, which is why I started the demo and then the code walkthrough. But it's worth keeping in mind the wider context of logs and metrics, like I mentioned at the very beginning. So the Elastic Stack itself, if you haven't used it or heard of us, is a stack that it could do a lot of different things nowadays. Security, like actual workstation security, like sort of anti-malware stuff to put on your server, as well as SIEM, security information, event management, perimeter defense, basically. Then you have search, of course, commercial search, like famous retailers, shops, online uses for that to provide that kind of search. And you have observability and web monitoring, which we're talking about today. And this graphic here shows the observability use case and what goes into that. So at the heart of it is Elasticsearch, source, data store. You can put numbers in it, you can put text in it. It's quite good at time series data, which is why it's quite good for code tracing and metrics and logs. And then you can search that and slice that however you like. Kibana is what we were looking at half of today, the graphical user interface. And then there are other little programs. So beats are these little daemons written in Go usually that send information back to Elasticsearch. They're things like the metrics, so like CPU, RAM, disk I/O, or they can collect log files that are already in an easy to parse format. If they're not in an easy to parse format, that's where Logstash comes in, really, really powerful log parsing engine that you can, there's community contributions to it. There's like dozens and dozens of community contributed plugins, as well as our own plugins for Logstash. And same for Beats for allowing you to understand parsed logs. Logstash, it relies a lot on regex as well. It's quite a powerful engine. Okay, so Beats does the kind of partly the logging because it ships files, and it also can ship other things like security information, audits, network information, like network traffic at the TCP level. There's CPU, disk I/O, all that I mentioned. Then we have Logstash, which can help with complicated logs, and APM code tracing, it sits alongside those two. So I would say that they're complementary. As I said earlier, you can, or if I was to start a project, I would start with APM nowadays because it gives me a little bit of the logs and a little bit of the resource metrics already. But ultimately, they're complementary. They know how to do their jobs, and they can go in excruciating detail about each program's area of expertise, and can give you tons of information. But with code tracing, they fit a like that. So ideally, you'd get into a position where you're using all of them together, because then you can also do things like, for a particular code tracing transaction, look at the related lines, because code tracing is a very nice user interface, but obviously, if you have 50 lines of extra information, part of which it's custom logging you wrote yourself, then you're not going to see that in the pretty graphs. So being able to just click is fantastic. So I mentioned before, but I should go into more detail here. Everything I've showed you today is free to use and open. The APM agent source code is actually open source. You can copy paste it from there if you want, or the Stackman library. But it's also free in the sense that there's no time trial or something like that. You can download literally everything I showed you. Use it at your $1 billion corporation or your tiny non-government organization or nonprofit, and it will cost the same to use commercially in production, i.e. nothing. So now, If you want to learn more about this, you should try. I just realized. Excellent. I just realized I had switched to the flowchart. Wasn't checking my moderator chat, but everything seems to work. So if you want to learn more, you should try setting it up. If you have a Node.js application, which I assume you do if you're JSTalks, try setting it up yourself. That's the best way to learn. Watch this talk, Travel with Tracers. It goes into detail about like some of the unique problems that have to do with tracing. Like today, what I showed you was more of a, like, okay, how does it work overall? Like, what kind of information do we get? Like, how do we obtain it? But this goes into some really interesting problems, and it's by the author of the Stackman library and one of the authors of this agent, Thomas Watson, a colleague of mine at Elastic, and he's a good speaker. So I should give it a watch. Right, and then for you just search for the Travel with Tracers, and it'll come up on YouTube. Then, if you are interested in learning yourself, like just teaching yourself some extra JavaScript or learning how tracing actually works in Node.js, get the code. As I said, open source. You want to take a piece of it for your own projects, go ahead. Follow the diagrams from this talk to just get your bearings and then dig into whatever catches your eye. And I make sure, of course, the slides make it to you so you can have the flowchart diagram. I think that is us. If you have any extra questions in addition to the Q&A, or you have just other questions, you can find me on this email address or on Twitter or of course on LinkedIn. Add me on LinkedIn and I'll see what I can do for you. Thanks a lot for listening. That's, I guess I can switch to Bulgarian now. На more technical terms. Благодаря за търпението, благодаря, че бяхте така и за вниманието. И да сме, всъщност, живи и здрави всичките, където и да сме. Аз живея в Лондон, така че, hello. Са живи и здрави, да се оправи ситуацията с вирус и прочее. Така. Добре, да видим тогава за Q&A. Благодаря и благодаря на Виолина, модераторката, и на Михаил и останалите организатори на конференцията. Много благодаря.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. brothers got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, with a light and a route to go. The line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Hello again. Hello, we are together with our partners from SumUp, and it will be very interesting to ask Andrei and his colleagues how what is your impression from this event? How you feel this event? What you will recommend this attendees of this event?
Thank you very much for hosting us. Here is our tech recruitment lead, Adelina, who had a little bit of a problem with the camera. Hi, Adi.
Hi, all.
Hello.
And my name is Andrei. I work on the team of Europe. Thanks again for being really nice host to this consecutive yearly edition of JSTalks. To us, it's really a big pleasure to participate in all of them and to be part of the community. Again, like every year, we've met a lot of nice people, and we've managed to share what we do and to participate with a nice game. My impression is, of course, today we can say realities are different and we have to comply with the limitations of our new circumstances. So I guess out there in the Sofia Tech Park, it's a bit different than what it used to be in terms of crowds and in terms of intensity. But this is what we have to abide to, and that's why we try to be flexible and to be adaptable to new realities. This is part of our core things that sum up as well. So we have to work with that, but still we managed to meet a lot of people.
And I know that you have some good news and awards for our attendees. So probably now at the end, it will be good to share some information about this and probably even who will be the winners.
Right. That's the fact. And I'm going to share my screen here to let you know. So first we had a nice little code here, a bit of a easy game for most of the participants at the conference, but still almost 50 people participated and most of them gave the right answer. So let me share here the screen. The first thing that I'm gonna share here is the condition. So here's how the questions look like.
We still do not see your screen. Yes, now.
Now? Okay.
Yeah.
So this was where people could participate and the way in which they could fill the answers. And this is the code. So what's the thing you get from this little code? This was actually something that Mikhail Mikov created for seconds, and he decided, yes, I mean, we could try this. And we had quite a few participants out of the ones that basically gave the right answers. We've put them in this magic wheel of names, which we're ready to turn and select the winner. The winner takes $50 Amazon gift card. So, Mikhail, are you ready for the big thrill?
Yes, what we can expect actually.
So we're gonna turn the wheel and get the award. The award is.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Oh. Radoslava Mikhailova.
Radoslava Mikhailova is our winner. Thanks a lot to Radoslava. She's gonna be she's gonna receive the email with the award, $50 Amazon gift card. Thanks a lot for participating to her. Again, from SumUp, for us, it is always a pleasure to participate. It's always a pleasure to give little challenges and little tricks, because we continue to be open for new people, and we're continuing to expand.
By the way, Radoslava was here and left the venue probably 30 minutes ago. So yes, she for sure participated, but I'm not sure if she's still on her way to home. Probably she will take a look a little bit later and will call you.
Maybe she's listening still to us on her ear plugs in the subway, and she's now celebrating.
Good, really. Especially when we know that the award is in attendees who came and participated exactly for this event, even on person.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have some other interesting news?
Well, other interesting news, maybe with Adelina, we could just share a little bit of like what we've done so far, what type of people we've seen and met. We've talked with really interesting people, not even only in Bulgaria. We've met yesterday someone based in Berlin, and today we met someone based in the UK.
Good. I'm really glad that you have at our event such kind of collaboration, because we would like this event to stay more and more international.
Right. And maybe Adi can just share where we are in terms of like what type of things are probably interesting to them at the moment.
Yes, we had a very nice chat. I'm not sure if you hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, we had a very nice chat. It felt international, definitely, and people were interested in not just in our particular front-end jobs, but about SumUp in general, and especially that is a trend that we see recently. There's quite a lot of interest from Bulgarians who are considering going back. So that was a big topic, and of course the opportunities that they could find here in our local market. And they seem to be sometimes really surprised, sometimes expecting that they would actually find very good companies here, quite a few challenges, very good opportunities. But yeah, that was again revealing, and it was great that we could meet them at the JSTalks.
Probably this is a good point. We can have a set of after-event Q&As with our partners, community leaders, speakers, and we can talk with you also on this topic about how we can actually attract young people who are worldwide from Bulgaria to come back and to grow our community and competency. So if you like such kind of Q&A session, probably we can organize it in the near future.
Absolutely. We'll be happy to join.
Great.
And we've already had really nice examples as well. Perhaps like most of them are interested in working for product companies and companies that are in the fintech industry, and we're happy to like offer both. So we've recently actually had a couple of conversations with a couple of people exactly from the UK to discuss with them what brought them to SumUp, and we had really nice outputs from people that are already part of our family.
Great. It is really something interesting and something very useful. And probably now when it is the end of our second day of JSTalks and the end of the conference, I can ask you again. I asked you on the opening what you would wish to our attendees, but probably now when you also take a look at the whole event and have more impressions. Probably you can have some advices after the event, which will be also interesting and useful for them.
Well, hopefully without making it cheesy, I want to add this element of Mikhail Mikov's talk, who was speaking earlier today at 1:30 about engineering interviews. So I would just wish to whoever is considering having technical interviews and interviews for companies, good luck and take the best of it. And of course, like hopefully we're gonna meet them and hope 2021 will bring better new opportunities and happier times to all.
Thank you very much for this session. Thank you again for the support and good collaboration, and hope that we will have many other events together which will be mutually beneficial for you, for the community, and for the local ecosystem.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you soon. Bye.
Здравейте, с хората от ЕП, които ще ни разкажат детайли относно презентациите, които ще видите на JSTalks. Ние сме тук с Ивайло Николов, който е Delivery Manager в EPAM Systems, Самуил Алексов, който е един от най-добрите наши инженери, и също така Любомир Божинов, който е един от най-добрите в JavaScript технологиите в компанията. И Самуил и Любо са лектори на JSTalks. И аз много се радвам, че EPAM е генерален партньор на конференцията тази година за пореден път, за което много благодарим. Имам няколко въпроса. Първите са към Ивайло. Ивайло, защо всъщност EPAM подкрепя тази конференция?
Конференцията е организирана по един невероятен начин. Всяка година имало изключително много посетители, хора млади, които са заинтересовани от технологиите, темите поставени на тази конференция. Тази година, имайки пред ситуацията, в която се намираме, се надявам да достигнем даже повече група от хора, имайки преди, че това събитие ще бъде цяло онлайн. Виждаме в него невероятна възможност да направим това. И естествено едно приятно изживяване да бъдем заедно с хората, които познаваме от бранша.
По принцип, ти какво виждаш в комюнити ивентите? Мислиш ли, че това е нещо, което е важно за индустрията и трябва да се подкрепя?
Изключително важно е, освен очевидното, че това е едно място, където идеите могат да бъдат обменени. Това е начин, по който хората да се запознаят един с друг, да разберат какви са основните лица на нашата реалност българска, и участват с драйвинг фактор в развитието на тези технологии.
Нещо интересно, аз знам, че в компанията всъщност има много вътрешни инициативи, които развиват JavaScript компетенцията. Можеш ли да ни разкажеш малко повече за тези инициативи?
Да, разбира се. Най-новата инициатива е така нареченото One Team, което дава възможност на хората, служители на нашата компания, сами да изберат дейности, с които да се занимават. Това може да е вътрешен ивент, в който да се поставят някакви теми, да се разискват, може да е събитие, отвънка да излязат някъде на разходка, дори заедно да се направят групово събиране в някоя бирария, примерно. Другото интересно нещо, което искам да отбележа е, че ЕПАМ има традиции в създаването и реализирането на така наречените джуниор академии. Бих искал също така да кажа, че до година плануваме да имаме поредната такава JavaScript Junior академия, която обхваща между 10 и 20 човека, които ние ще намерим от пазара и ще обучим в продължение на 4-5 месеца.
Чудесно. Това мисля, че ще е много добре за индустрията и за младите хора. И следващите ни въпроси са към лекторите, които аз също познавам и много ценя, към Любо и към Сам, по отношение на това как те всъщност са тръгнали по техния кариерен път и каквото ще ни говорят на JSTalks. Така че първият ни въпрос към вас е всъщност как стартирахте, как започнахте да се занимавате с софтуерни технологии?
Може би много ти искаш да започнеш? Добре, всъщност е доста интересен въпрос. Аз трябва да върна лентата много назад, до гимназията. Мисля, че за първи път видях Dreamweaver, като бях на 12 години. И оттам започна една любов към програмирането. Минах през HTML, CSS, Flash, минах към C++ и се отказах за около 10 години след това. Доста завуалиран беше пътя ми да вляза отново в индустрията, тъй като се преквалифицирах от човек, който е завършил енергетика към софтуерен инженер. И в началото беше доста трудно, докато наваксам това липсващо знание, тази основа, която всички, които всъщност са били в университети. Така бих казал, започна на моя път в индустрията.
Сама как беше при теб?
Да, аз мисля, че историята съм я разказал на някои от предишните събития, може би даже и на предишни издания на JSTalks. Всъщност започва от дете, като малък си спомням как баща ми подари един Оливети 286, който беше полущупен. И всъщност приятел на баща ми го подари. Някои неща не работиха в графиката, не знам дали си спомняте, Химен и така нататък. Се чупиха постоянно и аз пък много исках да играя на този компютър. Имах едно старо Супер Марио на него. И малко започнах да си играя с конфигурационните файлове, автоконфиг и така нататък. И това ме доведе след това в училище да уча информатика и в университета също. Всъщност, интерес към събитията, мисля, че беше Европейската веб конференция или нещо подобно беше името на конференцията. Това беше първата конференция, на която отидох и беше много интересна. Всъщност, разбира се, тогава лектори бяха много известни имена от индустрията и така ме заинтригуваха как може да се организират събития за хора с едни и същи интереси и всъщност пък и да си тръгнеш с нещо научено. И идвайки в ЕПАМ преди няколко години, менеджерите тук ми даваха възможност аз също да участвам и оттам започнах и с JSTalks и така нататък.
Да, чудесно, много интересно. Какви са били предизвикателствата, които сте имали? Аз имам предвид предизвикателствата, които вие сте имали в професионалното си развитие. И Любо, и Сам.
Аз трябва да помисля малко. Не знам да имаш. Ясно, може ли ще се опитам да импровизирам нещо. В интерес на истината, аз вече загатнах, че в началото ми беше доста трудно да наваксам и теоретичната основа и чисто практическия опит. Но винаги за мен по-трудни са били предизвикателствата, свързани с хора, защото всичко, което е техническо, в крайна сметка има някакво решение. Много малко са проблемите, които не можем да решим, реално технически, но винаги динамичните ситуации с хора са ми били най-предизвикателни. И все повече съм се фокусирал върху тях с времето, като че ли това, което правя в момента, всъщност е буквално наполовина разделено между писане на код и менеджиране на хора.
Да, аз първото нещо и може би единственото, което ми идва в момента е Замарин. Но да, освен това, може би някои от архитектурите в предишни проекти са били малко по-проблематични и решаването на някакви по-критични бъгове, за които мога да се сетя. Не знам дали въпросът беше по-технически или като цяло в кариерния.
Ами, като цяло, също така, ти имаш интересна история. Ти си учил и израснал в Италия. Защо се върна?
Честно казвам, без да говоря на български, така че най-вероятно италианските колеги дори да бият да го разберат. Там културата според мен не беше добре предразположена към софтуерните инженери. Скоро отношението като цяло беше малко по-различно. Добре, така че най-вероятно италианските колеги дори да бият да го разберат. Там културата според мен не беше добре предразположена към софтуерните инженери. Скоро отношението като цяло беше малко по-различно и в един момент просто разбрах, че може би това не е.
Здравейте, имаме с хората от теб, които ще ни разкажат
добре предразположена към софтуерните инженери.
Предизвикателство като нещо интересно.
Като цяло. В същото време чух, да, може би това беше по-проблем. Може би ЕПАМ беше първото.
Какво бихте искали да направите за бъдеще, нали, във вашата кариера, като предизвикателство, като нещо интересно, което не сте правили и искате да опитате?
Да, аз със сигурност имам някакви цели, които съм си поставил. Може би малко по-дългосрочни, отколкото ми се иска. Ако може да се случи в рамките на 1-2 години е още по-добре. Сам си давам сметка, че е трудно. Аз, както знаете, нали, който е бил на предишни мои събития или лекции, не съм задължително JavaScript програмист. Харесвам JavaScript, според мен е много добра платформа за развитие на всякакъв приложения, но като цяло всеки език решава някои проблеми по-добре. И един от интересите ми, както съм споменавал, е компютърна графика, за това говоря през повечето време. Мечтата ми за напред, вече имам едно такова постижение с мобилно приложение за компютърна графика, но следващата по-голяма мечта е да реализирам платформа за видеоефекти. Пак е технически отговор.
Звучи много интересно наистина и полезно.
Да, защо? Защото графа е част от всяка една сфера на информатиката и се докосва до нея. Това също ми позволява и да науча доста неща, ако мога да съм честен.
Надявам се, че ще бъдем едни от потребителите на това нещо, когато направиш тази реализация.
Звучи, меко казано, интересно. Да. От моя страна целите са малко по, как да го кажа, неясни, тъй като съм, може би, в кръстопът в момента в кариерата си. За сега искам да правя повече от същото, да задълбавам техническите знания и да задълбавам това с динамиката на хората. Но конкретно като технологии са ми много интересни в момента Rust и WebAssembly. Да. Добре. Мерси.
Също така е интересно нашите участници да знаят кога започнахте да се занимавате с комюнити. Няма значение под каква форма. Дали презентации, дали под някаква друга форма, като сте помагали, нали смисъл. Кога беше този момент, когато това нещо ви стана интересно и започнахте да контрибютвате?
Да, за мен беше момент, в който joinах EPAM, защото им беше дадена възможност и съм сравнително нов фактор, мога да съм честен, в организацията на комюнитите и участията 2016 година. Нещо от различните платформи и езици, участие в нещо такова.
Да, ти си бил лектор на различни конференции, понеже като специалист, който е full stack, реално имаш компетенция както в JavaScript технологиите, така и в много други области.
Да, под въпрос подлежи колко навътре са тези знания, но сигурно се грабвам по нещо от различните платформи и езици.
А Любо, при тебе как се получи?
Тъкмо си мислех кога всъщност първата презентация, която направих, беше наистина на Beer.js. Не се сещам коя година. Но реално тя беше за React Native, докато още беше нещо много. Била назад във времето със сигурност. И като цяло винаги съм имал интерес към презентации, лекции и така нататък. Повече заради споделянето на знания и нетворкинга и community building, отколкото реално заради публичността на цялото нещо. И реално аз започнах да се занимавам с workshop и вътрешно в компанията, в която тогава работех. И си организирахме knowledge sharing помежду си. Така започна за мен цялото нещо. И сега имам малко повече, може би, във времето на трупани знания, които чувствам, че мога да споделя. Това дали е вярно, ще кажат хората.
Да, може би, между другото и за мен това беше една от главните причини. Може би най-интересните неща от индустрията съм ги научавал по време на подобни събития.
Между другото, това е свързано и с следващия ми въпрос, на който мисля, че вие вече частично отговорихте. Защо го правите? Защо всъщност се занимавате с комюнити? Може би са няколко причините, нали? Но ако правилно разбирам, споделянето на знания, обмена на полезни неща е нещото, което наистина ви харесва.
Да, точно. Може би опитвам се поне в личен аспект да работя и по нетворкинг въпроса, нали, създаването на връзки, споделянето на опит от специфични сфери, но най-вече това да получиш поглед на даден проблем от различни очи за мен е много важно.
Мен ми се иска също, понеже Ивайло е човек, който също е насочен към комюнитито, въпреки че в момента повече участва в този разговор като менеджер и представител на EPAM, но всъщност той също много харесва подобни активности. Да го попитам, Ивайло, ти какво харесваш в комюнитито? Защото знам, че нали си се занимавал с това. Наистина е нещо, което всъщност може би за мен е най-важно.
Да, все още не съм. Миналата година беше свързано повече с дронове, но и това как да се управляват.
Здравейте, с хората, ами като цяло го попитам, Ивайло.
Все още не съм, но това е по-свързано и с JavaScript. Да програмираме. Другата тема, която има по-висока възможност да се, който трябва да замести web. И също така имам някои да програмираме, да правим графично програмиране и да адресираме видеокартите и от други езици за програмиране.
Чудесно, аз мисля, че и двете теми ще са много интересни, така че нашите участници могат да очакват много интересен контент от теб. Любо, при тебе какво може да очаквам?
Аз съзнах, че може би трябваше първо аз да кажа за какво ще говоря, понеже насам са по-интересни.
Изненада всички кажеш, че ще говориш за Xamarin.
Добре, ясно. Но всъщност, де факто, ще говоря за това какво е чист JavaScript код, дали съществува такова нещо. Като идеята ще бъде Lightning Talk за това.
Аз мисля, че това ще е много интересна практическа сесия И между другото, не съм съвсем съгласен с определението за Lightning Talk, че не е цяла сесия. Много често да се направи Lightning Talk е доста по-трудно, защото трябва да се опиташ за кратко време да дадеш посланието, за което иначе можеш да говориш много дълго. Така че тази година, да, ние имаме два вида сесии. Сесии, които са с продължителност 1 час и Lightning Talk от 15 минути, които всъщност ще бъдат фокусирани върху много интересни, много важни теми от нашата професионална сфера. И не само. Едно друго нещо, което е много важно и ще попитам Ивайло за това, какво да очакваме от една конференция?
Изненада. Нека да кажа така. Приготвили сме изненада за всички. Ще подскажа, че ще има големи награди. Ще бъде интересно. Ще бъде доста компетитив. Така че елате и вижте.
Да, мисля, че това ще е нещо, което нашите участници определено трябва да перят. И накрая от вас няколко думи, какво искат да посъветват участниците на JSTalks тази година.
Добре, на мен като участник в различни конференции винаги ми е било трудно да избирам между различните тракове и в коя сесия да участвам. Наистина изберете си сесиите, които най-много ви интересуват за това, което искате да правите, може би в следващите 1-2 години, или пък ако нещо...
Тази година...
Другото е естествено по моята тема, оставите кръга след себе си по-добро, отколкото сте намерили.
Аз бих ги посъветвал да обърнат внимание на Q&A сесиите. Ще имат невероятна възможност да зададат въпросите към лекторите. Това е много ценно. Подгответе се, знаете какви са темите, ако има неща, които ви интересуват. От сега подгответе въпросите си и ги задайте на лекторите.
Аз съм много съгласен с тези препоръки. Ние ще имаме Q&A с всички лектори за нашите регистрирани потребители, така че ще имате възможност да поговорите с тях на теми, свързани с презентациите и може би също други технически въпроси. Благодаря ви много за този чудесен разговор и ще се надявам да се срещнем на JSTalks с един чудесен контент.
Благодаря ви.
Би трябвало вече да сме лайв.
Адано, от теб зависи.
Нали? Първо, здравейте. Продължаваме с представянето на лекторите на JSTalks, който ще се проведе този петък и събота. До мен е Иван Йонков, който е изпълнителен директор на Codexio и съответно сме в неговия офис. Представи накратко себе си, като това как започна да се занимаваш с разработка на софтуер? Откъде тръгна всичко?
Чух, че има много пари. Шегувам се. Започнах да играя доста онлайн игри в така ранна тинейджерска възраст. И оттам ми става супер интересно как се направи тия неща, как работят отдолу. Особено как успяват да... То вече не е точно така, но как успяват да влязат в 100 мегабайта или 10 мегабайта или 5 мегабайта, вече не е така, защото последните игри не могат да ми тръгнат на скромното лаптопче. Но това ми беше интересно. Става ми интересно и как са направени тия преди да работят в браузъра, защото това как стават нещата в браузърите. И оттам ме поканиха на работа, още бях ученик, бях такъв, поискат от мен, бях хора, не мога просто да стоя да си играя игрите, защото трябва да работя. И не, шегувам се, беше ми чакали в този момент да се вика, така се случиха нещата. Примерно, че аз започнах като QA инженер, всъщност моята първа работа не е програмист, но това беше така целта, т.е. нещо като трамплин към това да стана програмист. После това да съм програмист беше към трамплин, това да помогна на останалите хора да стават програмисти и кариерата ми оттам нататък е била доста цветна.
Това според мен е хубаво, че си минал през мъките на QA инженерите,
за да знам кое ме, не?
Абсолютно. някакви решения, върху които си работил? Знам, че има немалко предизвикателства. Ти си участвал и преди с лекции, които си представят такива предизвикателства, с които си се справил. Разкажи за някои от тях.
Най-големите предизвикателства са хората, с които работиш. Особено тия, които имат желанието да им направиш съответното решение или услуги, така. Извън кръга на шегата, с доста неща съм се занимавал. Аз гледам с безинтересни неща да не се занимавам, поне така за себе си смятам, че е така че всяко нещо, което съм се запращал, съм виждал някакъв чалендж в него и заради това съм се запращал с него. Преди няколко години започнах да се занимавам с блокчейн, тя имаше доста големи чаленджи в проекта, с който се занимавахме. В момента за няколко клиентите, които консултираме, имаме доста интересни чаленджи от това как се управлява дистрибутирана инфраструктура по цял свят. Просто не мога да давам имена. В момента първата ми работа в Access Software с онлайн игри, където не знам, може би ще имаме този зрител Стилгар, сигурно още е тук или е тук вече. Той едно време още казваше, това са просто вебсайтове, които ви наричат игри, тези браузър базираните игри, което е така, но пък тези вебсайтове имат възможността да хендълват милиони потребители, защото все пак се игри доста хора играят. Това беше едно от първите неща, които се сблъсках като чалендж в началото на кариерата ми, че това, което правя, не е просто вебсайт, както много ми се искаше да бъде. Просто селектира оттам от някакъв майскър, изкара игри, нека всичко да е точно. Колко в заблуда съм живял. С първите таскове, които получих на работа, видях, че ще се занимавам с страшни предизвикателства.
Какви са следващите предизвикателства пред теб?
Следващите предизвикателства пред мен е много така баба Ванга въпрос, честно казано.
Като интервютите, какъв се представяте след 5 години?
Търся ги, какви са все още пивотвам в тази посока, какво ще е следващото предизвикателство и следващите предизвикателства. Не мога да отговоря на този въпрос. Когато стана факт, когато ги осъзная, че са предизвикателства, може би ще ме видите на някаква конференция да разказвам за тях. Но в момента не мога. Обикновено така в перспектива е много трудно да кажеш, това ще бъде следващото предизвикателство. Само в ретроспектив може да вече олегнало, да го видиш това нещо, че е било нещо, което те изкреативува и да кажеш, това беше, нека сега да ви разкажа, за да може вие да получите от този опит. Но не мога в перспектива да кажа какво ще е това.
Добре. Как започна да се занимаваш с комюнити? Говорим за самите конференции и презентации. Не малко пъти сме се срещали по различни бир събития, било бир JS.
Това си отговори. Как започнах? Знам, че има бира, знам, че има хора, които пият бира. Това е достатъчно, търся си общност.
Както каза и найдем в него сесия, има и безплатна бира, т.е. всичко.
Да, понякога дори има и безплатна бира, което си е още по-голям плюс. Не, че търсим само това нещо, ама видиш, че като е безплатна бирата, знаеш, че има още повече да хора, защото половина от тази страна, дори някъде не тук дали е безплатна или не е безплатна, има много хора, които пък това е deal breaker, и такива аз съм дошъл да изпия 50 двигателя. Ако ще трябва да ги плащам, нали? Не стигаш после мога да повърна, не знам дали къде ще в ефир да се казвам. За какво да плащаш нещо, което ще го изкараш после, като не е била форма. Като има такива хора, ти си такъв, супер, значи ще има още повече хора, ще има безплатна бирата, ще има с кое да си пиеш бирата. Не, ако изключим бирата като факт, ако е много трудно да го направим. И трябва да влезем в сериозен аспект, което е още по-трудно за мен да го правя, докато лигнята ми е така първи език. Това, което ме кара да съм по такива места, са обикновено хората и то под много аспекти. Един аспект е, че има хора, с които ще мога, освен да кажа аз нещо и да чуя нещо от тях. И другото е, че има хора, които са там, за да бъдат запалени с нещо. Защото те не се лъжат. Конференциите не са учебни заведения, не можеш да научиш някого на нещо по тия събития. Там обикновено може да запалиш иската в някой, да чуе, че има примерно оптимизация, да чуе, че има друга технология, да чуе, че има четвърти или пети език или нещо такова, да си каже, ето го трябва да дълбая. Това, което ми се иска да правя, е да запалвам хората в нещата, които смятам, че са смислени. Нататък те са на код.
Merci. А какво полезно виждаш в развитието на IT community?
Повече хора спит да емигрират. Що за въпрос? Сериозно ли трябваше да говоря на този въпрос? Добре, ще пробвам.
Нямам идея. Можеш да се прецениш.
Да пробвам дали мога да отговоря сериозно на този въпрос. Чакай, никога не съм мислил така. Последки не ще май съм мислил преди. Ами, какво полезно има в развитието на IT community? Да, се лъжим, почти всичко става дигитализирано, дори в България. Пренаписаха търговски регистър. Не, че е по-добра посока, но го пренаписаха. Трябва да върви да се вика. Така че всичко започва да се дигитализира. Трябва да има хора, които да се справят с това нещо. Трябва да има хора, които искат да го правят. Така че трябва да развиваме това комьюнити, защото с тия хора заедно ще живеем в една по-голяма дигитална среда.
Абсолютно. Какви сте впечатленията от JSTalks, доколкото си изпълним миналата година, също имаше презентация?
Да, миналата година присъствах като лектор, преди това съм присъствал така, само за да слушам и да пия бира с хората. Какви са ми впечатленията? Едно от малкото събитие, което събира толкова много хора, които са около JavaScript community и дори и такива хора, които не са директно в JavaScript community, които по други евенти може да ги чуеш да хейтят JavaScript и изведнъж се появяват там. Така че това, че се събират всички тия хора там и се движи такъв тип общност е чудесно, защото трябва да се движат различни общности, да няма някакъв монопол. Иначе, ако има монопол, става малко какво байта ще говорим. Едната партия вземи това БКП на програмирането и така нататък.
Ти тази година също имаш презентация, за какво ще говориш на тази годишния JSTalks?
Ще обучвам хората за Nest.js, един фреймворк, който е сравнително нов, въпреки че в JavaScript сравнително нов фреймворк, това, който е излязъл след малко. Но ако говорим за нещо, което се опитва да е там, за да остане, дори го нарека от mature нещата, едно от новите и не толкова разпознаваеми неща. Въпреки че, както казах, в този свят специално, нещата, които са нови, са тия, които излизат след малко. Защото излизат почти всяка секунда неща, всякакви там Baghdad.js и други, нали, споменавам, че може би сме в ефир. .js неща, заместирам нещо т.е. добавимо JS. Но да, ще говоря за Nest.js, ще говоря за това как, че в JavaScript света нещата не са просто ad-hoc програмиране, а можем да бъдем в този спектър на Enterprise програмирането, което е сравнително много доминирано в момента от Java и .NET екосистемата. Това, което искам да дам е нов approach, т.е. че и това комьюнити може да доминира част от сектора Enterprise средите.
Благодаря ти. И разбрах, че ти ще бъдеш на място на събитието, но той ще се видим на живо.
Да, ще се видим на живо, поне с тебе. Не знам кой друг ще дойде. Съм последно в такова събитие, на което бях, където имаше на място и онлайн доста повече, доста от хората бяха повече онлайн, но се надявам този път да има по-голям процент.
За съжаление, също поради ограниченията няма да са толкова хора на място, но също много хора ще поне надявам се да гледат.
Бирата ще е там, не?
Ще има бира.
Ами който не е на място, да знаете тогава, че губи много бира да е за другото.
Благодаря ти и ще се видим в събота.
До тогава, чао.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
So it's like a distributed transaction that happens in the receiving the whole socket object. So with these 5 lines or maybe 10 lines of Nest.js code, we have a full-blown WebSocket here. Why do we need this WebSocket? Because in a distributed environment, your client needs to be notified for the compensating transactions that happen in the future. You know, you click on a button, something happens, and afterwards you receive 5 or 10 seconds later via the WebSocket the response of what happens. So we have that controller in the notification service that listens on the event pattern of notification successful purchase and emits to the corresponding client the message through the WebSocket. Well, it's called event pattern because it's a pattern. You see that the successful and the unsuccessful purchase patterns have more in common, so we can use this star for a wildcard character in the pattern, and everything will be sent to that single on-purchase effect method. And receiving the context, we will have topic which is unsuccessful or successful, so we will emit to the end user client whether it's successful or not. It can decide what to do on the client side. So I think my application started, so I can access them in my local host, I hope. Yeah, that's the UI of our application. It's a simple Angular application that contacts all the services. All the services are now behind the central gateway of Nginx. We have Nginx that contacts the both services and the WebSocket. So everything is served from the local host. Also, the Angular is proxied by the Nginx reverse proxy. This is the list of the products, and you can add another product for Euro, for instance. But this is a transaction that is solely maintained by the MySQL of the product microservice. So it's a normal exit transaction in a relational database. There's nothing that can get wrong. The thing that can get wrong is when you need to add to cart something like your product too. If you try to add 3 products, this transaction will go through all the services back and forth, and then going to the WebSocket and then to the client. So clicking here should you see that we have waited for 1 second, then the WebSocket notified us we have successfully added this product. But if we need to
Добре. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining JSTalks 2020. Our conference is going to its end. Thank you very much for the whole commitment. Thank you again to all our attendees, but especially thanks again to our community team, because without volunteers, without our team, it will be not possible to have this awesome conference. And thanks again to our speakers and our partners. I hope that you will have a good impression from this conference. We will ask you for feedback. We will send you feedback forms. And also with some of our partners, we will have again raffle next week with attendees registered for the event. So stay tuned and take care on our news from webpage, from Facebook page, and from mailing list. And we will have again many new moments, new good moments next month. We will organize different events. hope that you will join these events, and especially we are starting to plan our next JSTalks in November 2021. We will send you additional information very soon. Thank you again and hope to see you next year.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
At JSTalks, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IT technology, a horizontal platform.